Order up. Hello. How's it going, guys? Sorry, I heard something outside.
Hello.
Hello. How's it going, Bugs? Good to see you. All right. So, hello, everybody. Welcome. Good to see you all. Hello, Quads, Peter, Courier, Bugs. How's it going? So, today should be a relatively chill day. Why is the music so quiet? Wait. Is it? Yes. Is that right? That feels better. I forgot. Sorry. I forgot that I used this when we were playing 7 Days to fill the silence when people were deafening us. So I completely forgot. But hello, everybody. Welcome. Good to see you all. Is this right? Maybe this feels too loud now. Maybe 19.3. But yeah. So, good to see you all. Today we are going to be picking up Elden Ring. We beat Mesmer last time. So, today we're finally going to be picking up Beyond the Mesmer Wall. And can finally see what's been going on. Vision of beginning to go. His gearbox got that infection to sort out. Oh no. Woof. Oh, sorry, my game booted and it scared me. Okay. I'm trying to find my controller. That's the only thing that's missing right now in order for me to begin. I've been getting dragged into a lot of different games lately. Most of which will never see the light of stream. But, what's it called? Just know, I'm doing a lot of stuff. I've been dragged into a lot of things off stream. Okay, let me pull the game up. I actually want to get going because I want to see what we have ahead of us. I feel like we were doing some exploring, and I want to see what we got to do now. All right. Today I first tried Nameless King on my new run. Nice. Congrats. Yes. I recall now where we were. Should I even bother with him? Okay, so we were here. We've done this. I wonder if there's anything we missed over here. Okay, so let's take inventory, right? There is a section of the map right here that I haven't figured out how to get to yet. I got the item here. I got the item here, right? Fume Ultra Greatsword. It's pretty good. Dark Souls 3 Greatswords, Ultra Greats are really good because they had that stamp. The stamp with the 2 swings. It's pretty good, honestly. We still have to do the bottom of the cathedral, right? So we have the bottom of the cathedral to do. We have to figure out how to get into this corner, which I'm unsure. Because it feels like... I don't know. Maybe from the suppressing pillar? Like, it feels like maybe from the suppressing pillar would have been where we would have gotten in. But... I don't know. I really don't. Elder's Hovel. This is at the base. This is where we found Bale's item. It could be over here, maybe? There was this area that we didn't go to. Maybe it's down here. Because we started to go down. I don't remember if we went all the way. A vague clue. A vague clue. Perhaps. VTuber Persona's face looks like Griffith from Berserk. I can kind of see it. I've only seen a little bit of him, but I kind of know what he looks like. I'm okay. I play practice. Some of my favorite song in the musical, man. Nice. Nice. Love that. Okay. I guess I'm gonna go die to this thing. But yes, Bugs, you may give me the vague clue. Why is my music still going? Oh, that's right! I forgot. I forgot that I didn't turn it off after we were done. I was so confused. I forgot I didn't take it off of this page. Okay. I'm gonna deal with this thing because I can't stand that it killed me so many times already. Uh-oh. That was close. Ouch. Dang. It's not straightforward at all. Like a big detour from what you would think it is. So big I always forget and have to look it up. Got it. Interesting. Big detour. Big detour. Not straightforward. Big detour. Here.
Hello.
Hello. How's it going, Chess? Good to see you. Oh, you know what I forgot to do? Before I forgot. First of all, that's not on. Hold on. Let me do two things. I need to do this. Roll call reset to make sure. I think I already reset it. And then that. And then I need to pin these. That's one. And then I'll go over to the YouTube side. So I have a cough drop in my mouth. I don't know if you guys can hear it rattle against my teeth. Pin. There we go. How's it going, Sinner? Good to see you. Got an exact replica of Arthur Morgan's hat. I love Arthur's hat. Nice. What's got here? Finished dailies? Not really. You do sound like you had a candy. Yeah, it's a cough drop. I have a cough drop in my mouth. I've had like this weird, like, it's not a cough. I think it might just be like allergies that are like making my throat a little raw. I don't know what it is exactly. But I feel like my volume is higher than it usually is. Oh. Does the game feel a little loud? It feels a little loud to me. Ouch. Any deal. Let's just top off. Volume's good. A little loud, but I like it. Okay. As long as it's at a reasonable level. Eating a bowl with big beans. I apologize, but I don't want to. It's okay. Let's do not burn ourselves out. There we go. Dang it. I knew it was going to hit me because I could never remember the timing on that. I kind of need to... I need to get it to stagger before I go any further. If I... Yeah. If I had to heal again, then I would have had a problem. I would have been abusing my heals. Ooh, actually, maybe we take advantage of the item we got. The one that lets us heal more. That would actually be smart, wouldn't it? What is it, like 20%? 20% more heal, probably? Oh, actually, charge attacks are helping me. Stamina, I guess? Here. Alright. Here we go. Oh, I need to get my stuff. I guess I'm gonna find out how much it increases. Well, that's a pretty decent chunk, actually. Yeah, it's about 20%, I think. All my talismans are boost my health and healing. That's fair. Okay. Here's what I'm gonna try to do. What I'm thinking I do. We get rid of that. That'll let me take this off, right? And I can put this back. I can put this on. Because I like having the stamina. Stamina is very helpful. It's a useful thing to have. Give me my stuff. I wish there was a thing that made... Ouch. Ooh, that was close. I wish there was a thing that made, charge attacks charge up faster. That's what I really would like. Uh-oh, that's gonna hit me. Ouch. Dang. I couldn't remember the timing. I always remember that one's staggered. Silence, mortal. Panic roll is talking. Have you guys seen the, Oh god, there was so many of those memes that were happening around. I think it was like VAR. And he's like, silence, silence tarnished. A true luminary is speaking about, Moog. Okay, I think I just run this one and then, oh, there we go. All power. Oh, that didn't work. Ouch. Oh, look at that. That's pretty good healing, honestly. The fact that it got me that means I can probably heal off 2 of these. Watch this. Whoa, that's so efficient. That's gonna hit me. No, it didn't. Bro, I just require doing damage to you. Run. 1, 2, and 3. Dang it. Come on. Palm! Ouch. Well, I lived. That's a good sign. That's not a good sign. We can imagine so, yeah, right? So... Okay, here's a question, right? Okay, you guys see this? Well, people might have seen this a lot. DLC talent may be hidden different. They really do. I don't know if you guys have seen this thing, right? There's a thing that goes around a lot. Usually, the argument, it's usually used to, like, create the idea that disabled people can't exist in universes, right? Because magic is always the thing, right? Do you think, right, that fireworks in a world of magic... Do you think they're still using gunpowder to create fireworks, or do you think they're developing spells for fireworks, right? Like what do we think? What do we think they're using? Do you think it's more efficient to blow mana to do fireworks for celebration, or do you think they're still using like gunpowder and stuff to make fireworks? Some people are too dumb to use magic, though. That's true, right? And that's true. Maybe it's a mix of both, right? Maybe you go to like the capital and you're seeing magical fireworks, right? You go to the Carrion Palace, you're getting Carrion magic fireworks, right? But you go to like Limgrave, and you're just seeing like, you know, standard fireworks. Gotta wonder though, because there's also a lot of materials, right, in this world that you could use to probably make some really interesting fireworks. I wonder if I should just use the Great Hammer, because I feel like I'm not able to consistently hit the face. Whoop! Castle Morn got standard fireworks, yeah. Absolutely. That was interesting. Did I just use the hammer? I feel like... Dang. Oh! Yep, that was my life. Yeah, we do have no idea, honestly, what's happening on other continents. We don't know how many other... So here's things we know, right? We know that there are other places because we hear about characters coming from other countries, other lands, right? Like the land of reeds, etc. Hold on. I want to see, maybe... So I need a longer weapon. I need a weapon with more reach. That's the problem here. That might be it. Aren't all From games connected? So we've theorized, right? There's theories that Elden Ring is kind of the connecting thread to all FromSoft universes. Well, we don't know, right? Because how does Armored Core fit into the mix? We just don't know. But at the very least, all the Souls games seem connected, right? Souls and Bloodborne and Elden Ring and Demon Souls all seem connected, right? And it's like... We have to kind of like guess, right? We got to kind of guess at what's the connecting thread, and it feels like the rumor, the theory, right? That Elden Ring, Sekiro 2 with the Land of Reeds, yeah. Like, we feel like we're getting... It's not called the Land of Reeds in other games. I think it's just called the Land in the East, right? In like Dark Souls. I think in Dark Souls it's literally just called the Land in the East. But I think here it's called specifically the Land of Reeds, right? Oh, that's a little slow. Yeah, they just say an Eastern land. They don't say specifically like the Land of Reeds the way the other games do. I should do jumping attack instead of charge attack. Oh, that's gonna hit me. Yep. I thought I was out of it, honestly. But we kind of assume that everything's connected, and it feels like it is, right? But we don't really know, because, right, we've never heard of Caria up until now. Caria is an entirely new land that we've never heard of until Elden Ring. We've never heard of... yeah, there's recurring names and stuff, but... Let's see. Let me look. There's a couple places that we've heard of. I'm trying to remember where they are, which weapons and items specifically reference them, but we've heard of them. But I think the only one that kind of sounds like any place we've heard of before is the Land of Reeds, right? Caria might be the place if they go through the magic focus game they're talking about. Yeah, it could be, honestly. I don't know. There's definitely a lot of stuff that I'm curious about on how these worlds could be connected, what the other continents could be, stuff like that, right? The katanas are from there, yeah. Yeah, see, the katana specifically references the Land of Reeds. Katana from the samurai from the Land of Reeds. Yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of things that we kind of get mentioned, right? But they always, and here's the thing, right? There is the idea that, you know, if you think about it, right? For example, we call Japan, Japan, right? We call it Japan. But they don't call it Japan, right? And then even if you go to another country, right? Japan is not going to be called exactly the same everywhere else, right? And the same goes for like languages, things like that. So you can argue that these are the same places. They just go by different names depending on where you are, right? The Land of Reeds could be the Eastern Land they talk about in the other Souls games, and it could just be because what's the name of the place? I think it's called the Land of Reeds. I think it means the Land of Reeds. Sekiro setting. What is the world? It specifically says Japan, but what is the place? There's a place. Sekiro. What is the name they specifically call it? I don't know how Columbus thought he could sail around the world, yeah. Like Kanto Johto, literally on the same land. It's just that's a good question, honestly. I had to think about it. They just connect it retroactively, probably. Whoop! I need more stuff. But yeah. We used to call Asia the Land of Reeds when the first trade routes came to be, yeah. This weapon might be too slow. I need a slightly faster large weapon. That definitely is good damage, though. I'm gonna take this and see. Like, we're definitely doing good damage, is the problem. No, it's not. I might be dead? No? I'm gonna go ahead and heal. Oh. I saw the attack coming, but I just was not ready. This is definitely seems like it's going better in terms of damage. Well, it was going well up until that happened. Uh-oh. Damn it. Whack. I hate this guy. I don't think I hit this. No, I just gotta wait. Yeah, I think I'm just too slow, is the thing. At least with my current setup, I think I'm gonna need a faster weapon. What are the Falling Star Beasts weak to? What is their weak element? Can I hit this? Nope. Oh, it's gonna hit me. Strike and nothing else? Dang. Oh, I'm out. Okay. I mean, I could use... Can I get this off? It's not nearly enough, but it's okay. It'll do. The jump attack on the hammer is a little slow. That's the problem. Damn. I rolled just a little too late. It's the recovery time on the hammer's jump attack. It's just a little better to use the damn. It's a little better to use the charge attack. Milady with some sort of piercing ash of war. Oh, you know what? Maybe instead of using this hammer, I use the other hammer. The standard grade hammer. The ultra great might be just a little too... like a little too heavy. When new creatures exist in the previous land, how is that a thing? I think that's when you start getting the thing of... what's what I'm looking for? Like, that's when you start seeing the same way you get creatures in other places. I think it's like an immigration thing. That's an ultra great, yeah. So, a standard great hammer might be a little better with Crag Blade, maybe. See if that helps. And the jump attack on it should be a little faster. Well, it'd be great if I hit. You know, it might work out if... Oh, well, that's neato. A little less damage, but not by enough to really be a concern. Okay. A little greedy on that, but that's okay. Okay. Good sign. Whoops, that's not the right thing. The Crag Blade is definitely helping. I want to go for an attack, but I need to wait. Is it gonna do? Yeah, it does. Okay. Damn. I was really hoping. I might be dead. Woo! That back out was just barely enough. Okay, Crag Blade. Damn. Okay, I gotta heal. Up. Okay. Oh. I connected. That's good. Scoop. Okay. Damn. That was a lot closer than I thought it was going to be. I think it should be really close to a stagger. Okay, there we go. Jesus. All right. Okay, this is working out. This is working out. Uh-oh. Can I heal? We're a little low on health, but that's okay. We're getting our rhythm. We haven't hit phase 2 yet, but that's fine. That was way too close. Yeah. If I play carefully... Oh, come on, buddy. Please. If I play carefully, immediately misses. Wild. Wild that hit. Wild that that hit with not a single particle. Not a single particle on screen. Damn. Hey, Rasavar, good to see you. Good poise damage, yeah. Bullard insect. It definitely has, in my mind, it has very much, well, I mean, I think for everybody, it's very much like insect coated. I wish we would have gotten a new weapon for this guy. I always thought the one they dropped in the base game was cool. It is really good. So we know that they come from space. We can imagine they probably, if they do reproduce, like, you know, the same way, oops, other creatures do, it's probably eggs. Probably. That'd be my best bet. Oh, I did another risky. Oh, hey. And yet that one doesn't hit? Interesting. Gotta love inconsistent hitboxes. That's a joke. Come on. Come on. Damn. Think I can heal here? Whoa. Come on. I'm definitely like one hit off of a stagger right now. I lied? Wild? There we go. Jesus. Me right. You'll let you find the crater where it hit. Yeah. Whoops. But yeah, we don't know how they reproduce outside of crashing here. Like, we don't know if they have a reproductive method outside, or if it's just like a thing. Whoop! I need to crack blade. Please, 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 please. Or if it's like a thing. Like, my guess is they must be laying eggs inside asteroids, right? That's the only thing that would make sense. Like, that's the only possible scenario here that actually makes sense with what we know about them. Ouch. Can I get 2 heals here? Yes. So they come from asteroids, right? They must be laying eggs in asteroids. Mistake. That was my greed. 100% my greed. I can only blame myself for that. That was a wild hitbox. By wild hitbox, I mean wild lack of a hitbox. Risky. I'm going for it. Okay. What if Astal isn't their final form? I mean, that's kind of like a thing, right? We don't know exactly what would constitute. Whew. I lost Cragblade. Cragblade. I feel like I'm really close to a stagger. Risky. Wow. I'm dead. I lived! Damn. Hold on, let me catch up. It's underlined with a rock type. What would a secondary type be? Psychic? I would imagine psychic, right? That's the closest thing to being a magical, like, telekinetic gravity magic, right? Would be psychic. A kind of spirit being that have rocks around them with their magic. I also thought that the older they are, they get like an eye in the middle of their heads, and then turns into what Astal is. Yes. So what little we know of them, right, is that they do turn into Astal, right? And we don't know about RKR. What's RKR? Hi, Trinity. RKR. RKR. Ruin. RKR. Yeah, I'm just like really trying to figure out what that is. Royal Knight's Resolve. Oh, that would be smart. But I feel like the extra poise damage off Cragblade might... Well, Where's... Okay, so the Grace is right there. Okay. Let's go take a look at the Grace. Let's try Royal Knight's Resolve. Let's see how that works. Because that's a fair point. Royal Knight's Resolve might help. I don't think it increases poise damage, but I think the extra damage overall might be better. Royal Knights. 266, 491. Yeah, just overall better. Okay, just checking. Just want to make sure. I was like, RKR, Rune Knight, Rebellia. Okay. But hello, Trinity. How's it going? Ow! Well, this is a wash. The one thing about Royal Knights is that I get this window, right? So I have to make the attack count. And I have to account for the time it takes to charge it. Can I heal? Yeah, okay. The charge... Ooh, it is good damage, though. I cannot deny that it's good damage. Especially when I can connect with the face. If I can connect with the face, we're in the money, honestly. I couldn't wait. Oh. Up. Dang it. Wore off. Gotta heal. I was gonna go for an attack, but damage is good. Damage is good. I cannot deny. Oh, what wild! Let's go for it. I need a stagger. Oh, well. Okay. I don't know if this wears off before I can attack. Oh! Dang it. Same thing. Oh no! Dang, it's my life. I will say the one thing about it is it takes an extra second for me to wind up an attack, which is making it so I can't build stagger damage as much, but I think we're doing, because of the extra damage, about the same amount of damage anyways. And it's very slow. Dang, that sucks. Internet's been kind of weird lately. I don't know if it's been like that for you guys also. But I know like Jira's been having trouble with the internet. Oh god, I got hiccups with the internet lately. I know Kem's been having net issues. Like, a lot of people I know have been having net problems lately. Oh, that hits me. Damn it. Gotta heal. I hate when that happens. I'm gonna move in, bait and attack. I'm not gonna go for it. I thought about it. I definitely thought about it. I thought about it way harder than I should have. What? Wild! Ain't no way! Dang it. That's gonna hit me. I'm in a different place than usual. Ah. Yeah, I've been seeing a lot of people have been having internet issues lately. I'm wondering, you don't think it's all connected to the Intel issue, right? But I feel like we're having so many like tech issues lately between the IT problem, the major IT, the major IT issue, and then the Intel problem. I'm gonna just roll myself again. Oh, you know what? That's fine. I'll take it. I'm dead. That's on me. That was entirely on me. I forgot that I was using Royal Knight's Resolve, so I went to go use Cragblade. You'd think I'd remember when I just was using it, but no, I don't. My brain simply forgets the moment I've stopped doing something. I default to whatever my default state was. It's kind of a superpower, honestly. Oh, guys, I want to tell you guys about this. What the hell? Is it just like my fate to be hit by you during that phase? What is this? I should switch to the jump attack thing. Can I switch it real quick? What is he doing? It's a little scary. Stood there for so long. Okay. So I'm gonna tell you guys something. For the last, like, oh, dang it. He was standing there menacingly. Dang it. For the last couple months, for the last month or so, I really wanted to hit him. I mean, I can get this off. Yep. I've been listening to an audiobook that was recommended to me. By some dear friends. It was recommended to me by one friend. Oh, hold on. It was recommended to me by one friend, but endorsed by another, so I just kind of was like, all right, sure. Hold on. Let me focus a little bit. Dang, I had no stamina. Okay, I'm gonna heal. Oh, that's not a heal! No! I wasted mana! Damn. Called Unmasking Autism. Right? You can imagine why it was recommended to me. And let me just... Hold on. You know what I wonder, actually? Would this be wild to think that the shield would actually be kind of crazy against him? The, like, perfect dot, perfect block ability? I feel like it would actually be kind of wild against him. Because he kind of has these, like, really consistent attack patterns. I almost feel like it would be, like, kind of goated. No, he's not nearly as hard as Mesmer. This is just a world boss that just happens to be causing me trouble. He's not even, like, a full power adult Falling Star Beast either. He's just a dude, basically. Uh-oh. Well. Whoa, that hit me? Gotta top off. I have one more Royal Knight's Resolve. No! Okay, I was like, I really want to make sure I land this. Does Royal Knight's Resolve still provide a buff if I have no mana? Okay, I had to get the extra damage in. Oh my god. Are you really gonna be over there where I cannot reach you? He's... Okay. Okay. I was like, I'm not gonna be greedy. Not when we're that close. Oh my god. Gravitational missile? That sounds cool. I can't use that, can I? I probably need more intelligence. Missile. Nope. That's pretty cool. Reach the projectile, number of inward pulls. Weird. So interesting. The temptation for greed was huge. It really was. I sat there, I was like, oh, God, I could do it. My body was fighting me. I was like, no, don't do it. But the parasites want to greed for it. A little bit early, but it wasn't in vain. Yeah, I know. I was like, well, he's already celebrated. I can't fail now. Okay, but so it's so interesting that wasn't even like an adult falling star beast, right? Because it didn't have like there's like another spell that falling star beast gets, and that one didn't have it. Okay, so what I was saying, sorry, I know I got really like sidetracked, but I wanted to talk about how I've been listening to, because it's been an audiobook, because it's the easiest way for me to be able to focus on something. Because as you may know, as most of you probably know, I do a 2-hour drive regularly. I do a 2-hour drive every 2 weeks to go visit Jira, right? And that's 2 hours there and then 2 hours to come back, right? So every other weekend, I have about 4 hours of drive. And so I listened to it a little bit last time, and I listened to it both on the way there and on the way here. Sorry, I smacked my hand into my desk. Interesting that Juvenile gives a spell like that. It is interesting. Oh yeah, I saw that you subbed to Owlin. I was like, whoa! Bug subbed to Owlin. I love Owlin. Owlin's so good. Owlin's such a great... 1, great personality. 2, great streamer. Did you know that the little so for anybody who hasn't seen Owlin is a streamer over on Twitch, the blue healer dog, who does voice acting, and also does like little things, right? They have a little game that they do for people who raid in, as well as for people who like gift subs and things like that. That I believe the art, and I believe the whole thing is done by Owlin and I think Chi, one of their mods. I think the whole thing is made by them. I think that entire thing that was set up was all custom. I'm very surprised. Her voice is so soothing. Plus the best emotes. Yeah, she's probably one of my favorite streamers, honestly. I hang out over there a lot. I get both. I like to hang out on both sides of the... Both sides, right? I like to hang out in the chaos of Chem, and then in the soothing, the soft, soothing voice of Owlin. And it's very funny because Owlin likes to hang out over in Chem's stream, so it's extra funny. But yeah, she's very good. She's top tier, grade A streamer. Great personality, great drive, great ideas, great motivation. Does a lot of games. Here, I'm gonna do my best to mimic Owlin's intro. Hello. I can't mimic Owlin's voice. What the hell? Visions of victory. Joy ahead. What? There's an emote over here? What the hell? I am the two fingers. Just go up to the two fingers themselves and mock them. Okay, but Elden's a blue healer. Likes to play a lot of games, retro games to 100% completion, and does some voice acting. But they're honestly Elden's a light. Do it. Yeah, I'm gonna go do it. I'm gonna go to the two fingers and two finger emote at them as soon as I finish exploring this area, because I realized I didn't explore this very much. I went straight to that item and then I just kind of left because we were trying to wrap up at the time. So now I kind of want to go through here a little more fine-tooth comb. What? Oh, it's another one of these. Should I duplicate Mesmer's soul now that I found one? What was Mesmer's other item? It was a spell, right? Pretty solid impression. Thank you. I'm gonna go ahead and do it. But yeah, Elden's truly a delight. I 100% recommend them. If you ever need a nice chill place to hang out over on the Twitch side, go check out Elden. You will not regret it. Trust me. Great emotes, great vibe. The community's really neat too. Oh, what the hell? Oh, have I been down there? Was I down there before? I was down there before. There was nothing here, huh? The fire nuke. Got it. That's what it was. Tunnel ahead. Wait, what? Stay away from me. Tunnel ahead. I don't know if they were just making a joke or there actually is something here. There is actually something here. Oh my god. Okay, hold on. There's a way. I don't know if you guys knew this. I think you can go back this. And you can go back to notes that you've seen so you don't have to go all the way back to them. That way you can thumbs them up. If you ever see a note that really was super useful, right? And you're like, oh shoot, I dropped down a spot, I can't go back to it, but it really was good, right? Boom. This is the way. You go back into your message thing, messages discovered. I did not know that. Yeah, it's super useful. I use this whenever I get a note like that, where it's like they give you advice and the advice is actually really good, right? I 100%. I do this all the time because it's so... What the hell? It's so... One, you never know when you're going to help somebody. And like, finding notes like that that are actually like genuinely useful is really good. Cave. Oh no! You're big! I'm gonna die. There's no way around it. I was really hoping to hit, because if I can hit, at least I can... You're so large. What is this? What kind of madness? What kind of madness? Mother. I don't remember what I was doing the other day. Out of nowhere, I was just like, mother. Because I remembered doing it. And I made myself laugh so hard, I think it got me killed in whatever it was I was doing. Give him the fingers. No. Why is that such a large one?
Start ready for an active life with Eukanuba Puppy Nutrition, featuring DHA for smarter, more trainable puppies, so you can give them the foundation for a life full of adventures. With Eukanuba,
So I was looking up a monster. I was looking up a monster earlier in on Wiki. I forgot I had that open, and so it started playing an ad randomly. It's Cam! How's it going? I was just talking about you, kind of. I mean, kind of, I guess. Yeah, sure, yeah. You know what? Yeah, I was kind of talking about you. What? I was talking about Owlin. And then you came up by proxy. Here's the hole. Oh, please. Yeah. Kind of in a way. Yeah, you came up by proxy, basically. Oh, I'm not two-handing. Oh my god, what are those? What are those? They're... Cam, do you not know what a hand looks like? I hate this place. I kind of like this thing, actually. They're horrific. They're spider hands. What the hell? Why'd you come down here? Spear throw! Ow! What the hell? There was a freak somewhere shooting at me. Yeah, just wait. You want to see real horror? Here. Well, now I have nothing to lose. I lost all my stuff. Phalanges. Phalanges. These things are ugly. Yeah. All right, here, Kem. You want to see the... Oh, no, my horse. Do I have any things to feed Torrent? Torrent's injured. Torrent has the biggest boo-boo. One more. It was near the bottom. I hope this is not going to be a cliff that I die off of. There we go. Okay. Okay. I'm watching Jira stream as well, and the game vibes could not be more different. Yeah, Jira, for anybody who doesn't know, Jira is currently playing Pal World over on her stream. So if you'd like to go watch something much nicer. Here, Kem, look. Here's the nightmare. You ready? Oh, God! Please don't. Don't do it. Oh! I hate this enemy. This sucks. I can't even fight. Dude, this sucks. Spear throw. This sucks. I can't even get through it. You can't get around it. You can't get through it. I hate this guy. No, I want to kill him. He must die. Oh, I'm dead. He must die. I cannot allow him to shame me like this. He has brought shame upon my bloodline. And I don't stand for that. What's the running? Woo! Spear throw. Okay. Maybe this weapon, not good. Maybe I need Anvil Hammer. What the hell is even that? Daddy, chill. Daddy, chill. I'll take all the shame, sir. I'd be hoofing it. No, 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 no. He has brought dishonor upon my family, and I cannot allow that. He must lose his fingers. I'm going to stub his fingers. Let's think, get it over. Let's think of creepy things for our characters to fight. Programmer looks at human body. How about these? I hate these. It's true though. You have to wonder, right? The stones are fingers, yes, and they grow. Oh! I didn't know it was gonna be an attack. They're basically spiders. They're trapdoor spiders is the worst part. You guys haven't seen me get trapdoored yet, but they trapdoor. Oh yeah, they trapdoor. You can find signs of them in some places if you're looking carefully enough. What the hell did this hand come from? A very good question. And why do these rocks grow? Another good question. I really want to know. I have so many questions, and there are not nearly enough answers, and I wasted some health. Here you go, Torrent. I like that Torrent gets healed when I heal, when I use my thing. I do like that. It was clearly cut off of something. That's the thing, right? Right? It's like clearly it's been severed, right? Clearly it's been severed. So what the hell was it attached to? in my mind, I thought they were very similar to grafting, right? So I was like, maybe they got grafted off of something or ungrafted. I'm getting touched again. I was like, maybe they got ungrafted from something, right? Like, that's a possibility. If that hadn't had such a long time frame where I was stuck. Damn it. I wonder if raptors could get me through that. Bleed! If fire doesn't work on him, bleed will. Or, uh-oh. Heal. Yes! The power of the ultimate guard. The ultimate guard. Uh-oh, I'm dead. I figured it out, though. That's definitely the method right there. Because it's just physical damage. Physical damage I can block perfectly. It's slow. Okay, I think I know the method. Bleed. We will bleed him. We will bleed him dry. He cannot be allowed to walk this land that we call home. See, every time I think that I'm like, my voice acting is not actually that good, I think that's kind of garbage, honestly. Right? Every time I have that thought, because I you know, obviously when you're passionate about something, right, your instinct is to compare it to other people who do the thing, right? So whenever I'm like thinking about my voice acting stuff, I think about like Owlin, I think about there's another streamer I know who does really good voices. I can't remember who it is off the top of my head right now. But whenever I'm thinking about my voice acting stuff, I always think about them, right? And uh-oh. It had to be a giant orc. It could, so we don't know how big the giants were, right? We know how big the trolls are. We've seen one giant, but we don't know if that giant was on the small side, right? So there's a lot of questions we have, or could have, right? But yeah. Sorry, what was I saying? Oh, but whenever I get like kind of like off about my own voice acting stuff, what ends up happening is I'll be just goofing off with Jira doing silly voices, and then Jira's gonna be like, you're so good at that voice. I love when you do your voice acting, and I'm like, I'm gonna get better at it. Pocket motivation. I mean, it truly is, though. When like somebody tells you you're like good at something, you're like, I can do it. I can be better. Ow. Uh-oh. I knew I was gonna die. Could not see it. Bested by a palm. This boss our comeuppance for making hand jokes earlier? It might be. It's not even a boss. It's just a big enemy. It's gonna respawn probably. Actually, maybe it won't. I don't know. I'm curious now. I don't want to have to find out. I'm hoping that we kill it and can move on, and then, because I'm not gonna run. I ain't a punk. Oh, also, on a completely unrelated note, you better have a juicy drop. You better have something. Better give me one of them fingers. For people who are on YouTube and not on Twitch, who might not know this, we've been doing lately these Friday streams, specifically on Fridays, Twitch only, right? And it's been me and Jira. Okay, lately we had one where we had Babbles also, but we've been doing them. We've been doing them every Friday, right? And the reason I bring this up is that I had to block it because I couldn't see what was happening. And the reason I bring it up is that... What the hell? We've been... it's what I've kind of like dubbed our... God damn it. He's so hard to see when he's up close like this. Is our 18 plus days? When is... What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? I think his hitbox is coming from behind me. I think I'm basically getting dead egg. Because I'm not blocking at all, which is wild. Oh, hitbox. No, okay. Why am I not blocking that? I definitely blocked it last time. That's so weird. How's it going, Cedar? Good to see you. Here. Yeah. What was I saying? Oh, Fridays on Twitch we've been doing streams, right? And here's something that I've been thinking about. This is going to be kind of like something we're going to experiment with. Is Fridays on Twitch are going to, from now on, it's going to be a regular thing. I'm going to regularly start streaming on Fridays, additionally to the rest of my stream schedule, right? There will be the YouTube and Twitch dual streams, but then I'm also going to be doing regularly scheduled Friday streams specifically over on Twitch, which will be our 18 plus days specifically. So those are the days where you're going to see me swearing. We no longer have our one swear limit on those days. We have multi swears on those days, which allows me a little more freedom for like the... Why am I not blocking that? I'm so confused. I wonder if there's a faster bleed proc in the DLC. I never really use bleed. I don't know. I wonder if there's a better bleed weapon. Because the thing is, right? Oh god. If you don't know about how bleed works, is bleed's damage is based on the weapon, right? When you add bleed to a weapon, it's a specific percentage. When you get it from other weapons, they have their own set percentage. And then bleed specific weapons, specifically the weapons that are like bleed from the bleed people, right? Think of like Reduvia, that one rapier, Eleonora's pole blade. Those have a separate bleed percentage when they proc. So there's definitely a lot of options. What, do we need magic spell or something? Nah, I just need to get good. I can admit when I just need to get good. I don't know why that one attack keeps not getting blocked. That's the one thing I'm not understanding yet. There's that attack keeps not getting blocked, and I don't know why. And not knowing why is a problem. Because if I don't know why, I can't account for it. Give me that. What? Okay, well I blocked it that time at least. Sorry, I still think I forgot to set it up. I was gonna set it up earlier. Weird. The bleed's definitely activating and working, right? I'm doing decent damage to it. It's literally just that I'm not getting killed. Or I'm not killing it. Here, let me try to set it up. I was gonna set it up earlier, and then I completely forgot. This is not where I thought I was gonna be stuck. Okay, hold on. It's booting up right now. There we go. Perfect. Look at that. All right. There you guys go, you little freaks. You can have your fishing game. But yeah, Fridays are going to start being a 18 plus day specifically, only on Twitch. It'll be only Twitch streams. I will take off a chunk of my limiter my filter for swears will come off. Which allows me to have freedom to have more people on who I don't need to limit, right? So it's like, you know, Kem can say their swears without having to be like, oops, uh-oh, I should have known. No. Dang it. So, it'll allow us some more freedoms. Did I use the thing? I didn't. I'm so glad I checked. Oh, you suck. I should have just Raptors'd it. I knew I should have Raptors'd it. I try very hard not to swear in your streams, but I'm not very good. That's okay, it happens. What are you doing? Whoops. Oh, it's okay, we tried. I Raptors'd it instead, because I was like, I'm not gonna keep messing that up. Uh-oh. Ooh. Well, it would help if I wasn't like, you know... Damn. It would have helped if I wasn't stuck in it. There we go. It would not have been so hard if it wasn't for the fact that it one-shot me every time. It literally dropped nothing. Literally dropped nothing. But now I've shown that I can kill it, so now I can run past it in the future. It's so funny because that's like actually my methodology to things. Is that like, okay. Oh, so this was a return point is what this was. That's why it seemed like there was nothing here. It seemed like there was nothing here because you weren't supposed to come down here like on its own. You're supposed to end up down here from up there. Interesting. I still don't know why these guys are here. Like, it feels like they're here for a reason, right? You know what it kind of reminds me of? I don't know something this kind of reminds me of. Not Mr. Beast. No! This reminds me of, no way. I don't have the item, though. Do I? Oh, I never picked it up, I think. I don't think I ever picked up the Grace Mimic. Unless I did and I just went right past it. I don't think I ever picked up Grace Mimic. Oh, not Grace Mimic. Mimic Tier. That's the one I'm thinking of. Wow, I just never picked it up. I'm curious if... Okay, let me finish that thought. What it reminds me of is it reminds me of that place where you would have gone in Dark Souls 3 to go sit down and get transported to the dragon place. That's what this place reminds me of. Like, I feel like there'd be like a little mat here and I would do an emote and then I get transported somewhere. Anyways. Okay, are we done? Pickle. Okay, I think we're done here. I can't imagine there was anything else. I'm just doing a double check. Doing the area check jumps. Why does this boar seem so out of place, doesn't it? Why is it so misty? What's happening? Why is it stinky here? What is happening? Why does that deer have so much health? It's like extra stinky here right now. You see how green it is? Why is it so green here? Tunnel ahead. Oh, that's to show you that from that side, right? There doesn't appear to be anything else down here. It's just these three freakos. whenever I'm sitting, okay, here's a weird little thing, okay? You guys, if you've never played Baldur's Gate, you're not gonna get this properly, but whenever I'm playing a game, right, and something's kind of like a little weird, right, and I'm like, damn, this sucks. What was that? It was ringing. And I'm like, damn, I'm gonna die. Oh, jeez. This sucks, right? What plays in my head is there's this kobold in Baldur's Gate 3, and the only thing I forget what it is. You like say something to him, and then you're like, yeah, you know, I'm dying, and he's like, sure, you're gonna die. I'll die. I'm gonna die. You're gonna die. We're all gonna die. Big whoop. Have a Trito. And whenever I'm like having a bad time, I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna have a Trito. And then I feel better. Sometimes everything sucks. And you know what the solution to that is? Have a Trito. So it might not make it, it might not fix the problem, but I can tell you this much. Getting through a bad scenario, getting through a part of something that sucks, whether it's, you know, life or a game, right? Getting through something that sucks, you can either get through it, you know, as you would, or you can get through it with a Trito. And would you rather get through the tough scenario? Wouldn't you rather get through the tough thing with a Trito? I mean, honestly, I would, which is why I do it. Get a little Trito. Uh-oh. I thought it was going to give me a path to the back, and it did not. Trito, Huggo, Musico, it helps to suck. It's true. Exactly, right? Sometimes, and okay, so here, we're going to, I don't know how I ended up here. I didn't even finish talking about, oh, the other thing I mentioned Chem for, because, oh, here, I'm going to, okay. I need to get myself on one topic, so I'm going to finish the sentence. I'm going to finish the sentence first, and I'm going to explain the other reason why a thing, okay? So, sometimes you cannot fix a situation. All you can do is make it suck less, okay? It's not always about trying to fix the problem. Sometimes it's just about getting through it. And sometimes you do that by just having a little Trito, and that's okay. Anyways, I don't know how I ended up there, but I realized I had to complete that thought. But the other thing I was going to say is I never finished talking about how I've been listening to that Unmasking Autism book, right? And a lot of it kind of speaks to me, and that might be saying something, that might not be saying something. But in my journey to figure out whether it's saying something to me, right, I've been posting about it a lot because I have a lot of thoughts and feelings about it, and there's definitely a lot of moments where like I have a thing and I'm just like, you know, this would make a lot of sense if it turns out that this is actually a thing I have, right? A lot of my life can make a degree of sense when looked at through looking for some customs. God damn it. Shut up. God damn it. This one doesn't have wings? Oh, no, he does. That should not have been so funny, but that was incredibly funny. Thank you. What is this? But God damn it, you're gonna make me lose my train of thought. So the thing is, right, when I look at my life through, it's a spectrum, really. We all got autisms, yeah. When I think about my life kind of like through that lens of like, maybe I am a little tism. Maybe I am a little tism, right? A lot of things make sense. Turtle! That should have been fired at the hand. Well, it doesn't do that much damage. I would have been down there with him, so it wouldn't have helped that much. This spell does not do a lot. It's more like I'm using it to deal with the annoyances of these guys because it's wide enough to catch them. Here, yeah. But what was I saying? So, why is this one different? He's like kind of skinned. Okay, so what I was saying is I've been looking at my life kind of like through this lens lately of like, okay, well let's hypothetically speaking, what if I am a little talk to the bug? I can't talk to the bug. It's dead. That one? That one won't talk to me. Get away. Commit a murder. He's not gonna talk to me, he dead. I wish you could talk to the turtle. Ah, like a dream. Dog ahead. Wait. Did you kill him? He's not the he's not the one. He's a different one. He's not what's it called? This guy was not he's not the dude. He was just a weird big wasp, dragonfly thing. One of the dragonflies. No, I would never have killed one of them. He's not here, is he? Is there one of them here? No, I don't think so. I would have seen him. I would have picked up on him. Behold, dog. I didn't know. Yeah. But, okay, so I've been looking at my life kind of like through this lens of, okay, hypothetically speaking, what if I do have autism, right? And the reason I said this kind of does apply to Chem is because it was Support Elf, actually, who's the one who recommended this book to me, right? And so I've kind of been looking at my life through this lens of, okay, well, what if I am a little bit autism, okay? And there's a lot of things that kind of like make sense, but because I'm not sure, I don't want to claim, I've always been like this, right? I don't want to claim membership to a group that I'm not 100% certain is correct. And the only way I'd really ever know 100% and be comfortable saying 100% that I am is if I got a diagnosis. But I don't plan on getting a diagnosis for multiple reasons. But point is, right? I've been kind of like tweeting about that on Twitter a bit, kind of like getting my thoughts organized. And the thing is, people have been really supportive about this because a lot of people kind of like have reached out to me and been like, hey, Donut, I saw your post, you know, just wanted you to know that, you know, if you feel like you're comfortable like identifying like this, then, you know, I think you should do it. Like, don't let your fear of what other people are gonna think, like, you know, because one of the things that I'm afraid of is, and I could say this, I could say I'm genuinely, this is the thing that like makes me a little afraid, right? Is I worry about claiming membership to a group, right? Let's say I was like, yes, you know what, I'm gonna identify as I think I am on the spectrum, right? If I ever was like, I think I am a little bit of the autism, right? And then I go and I'm saying that, and then somebody goes, no, I have a diagnosis and you're not, and I can tell you you're not because of this X, Y, and Z, right? If somebody were to, I'm afraid of being in a scenario where somebody would feel I'm trying to use it or abuse. What the hell? Trying to like claim membership for like selfish reasons, right? And even if I know that that's not the case, I would hate for people to think that that's what I'm doing, right? That's just the thing I'm always worried about, right? But a lot of people have been like reaching out to me and being like, yeah, Donut, you know, you shouldn't worry about that. If you feel comfortable identifying and self-diagnosing like this, then I think you should do it. I think that whatever makes you happy and whatever helps you kind of like live your life to its fullest, I think you should do, right? And I think it's incredibly valid, right? Which is ironic because I'm a huge proponent of self-diagnosis, right? I think that self-diagnosis is one of like the best tools we have because of the fact that getting an actual diagnosis for a lot of things can be very expensive. And if you self-diagnose, right, and you feel like, hey, you know what, I think I have ADHD, right? But you're not going to get medication like that, right? You only get medication if you're clinically diagnosed, right? I'm convinced I have Asperger's, but like you, I wouldn't go find out. Yeah, it's possible, right? How did I fight this guy last time? I don't remember. Well, we're gonna deal with another one. What kind of tisms are we talking about here, if I may ask, right? I think, you know, I definitely, when I look at my life, right, I can tell you guys the reasons why I'm like, I might have a little bit of autism, right? And part of the reason I think that is because I actually have multiple family members who have autism, right? Within very small degrees of separation. I have a brother who has it, and I have a cousin who has it, right? But because I used to get in trouble a lot as a kid for, I guess something that you could potentially say would have been like stimming, because I'm a leg bouncer, right? I do a lot of like little things, but none of them which I would ever really have thought of as like stimming until now. But I do it a lot, right? And it's always been, I did it to the point that like I used to get in trouble for it, right? I was that person who sat there like bouncing my leg very loudly, very actively through class, to the point that teachers were yelling at me as a kid. But that's not the reason why, right? That's just like an example of like a little thing that kind of like makes sense when I look at it through this lens, right? Because if I go, oh, well, maybe I do have autism, right? Maybe I have a bit of autism, just like a little bit, right? Nothing like, oh god, it's so hard to explain. Like I could explain so much of like the dots that connect, but it's like it would involve having to talk so much about my childhood. Realize I can just do that. Oh, I'm dead. Okay, I was like, let me do that. Hold on. Sorry, I'm gonna be a little focused for a second because I hate the shield knight. But Raptors makes this so much easier. It's ironic that, like, I feel like this knight is so much, like, normally, right? You deal with this knight by staying on his shield side during first phase, but then once he hits second phase, you're just like, I don't want to be on that side no more. Okay, now that he's dead. So, Blessing Amarga. I mean, I did too. The familial thing is pretty valid though. But again, I think everyone got their tisms. Just when it kind of overtakes your life, I would classify it as autism, or at least warrant proper testing. So, right, okay, so here, let me explain why I sat there and I went, okay, well, this would make a lot of sense. So what I am diagnosed with, okay, leaving work, but I should be back, sounds good. Mine's hereditary, there's no doubt, yeah, right? So I've been very clear about this, right? I am diagnosed with things. And anxiety is one of them. I am diagnosed with anxiety, specifically agoraphobia, right? I don't like being out in public, but I can be out in public in certain scenarios, right? So like I can go to school when I was a kid, I could go to school and I'd be fine, right? Yeah, I'm gonna sit and I'm gonna explain some stuff. So I could go to school and I'd be fine, right? And certain things did set me off back when I was in high school, right? Because, you know, people got louder, a lot of stuff happened. I used to have these dissociative episodes where I would be sitting in class and all of a sudden I'm like sitting there staring at myself from like the ceiling, basically, right? I'm no longer tuned in. I've tuned out everything. Everything turns into like this blur of noise. And I'm just completely checked out. And then I would pop back in when things started to calm back down. And that was a thing for a long time. This was long before I was diagnosed with anxiety, right? Before I got diagnosed with anxiety, I used to get to these points in classes when I was finally comfortable with some of the teachers in some of the classes. What I would do is I would literally walk out of class when I would start getting this feeling inside me, right? Like the noise was too much, everything was suddenly super loud. It was like my head was exploding, right? And they diagnosed me with anxiety, right? And I remember when they were trying to explain to me the feeling, and I was like, that's not what it feels like, right? I don't know how to explain, but some of the things make sense, right? With anxiety. Like, the symptoms make sense with anxiety, right? But it wasn't entirely that. I don't know how else to explain it. And I realized that a lot of my anxiety comes from a very specific thing, right? A lot of my social anxiety comes from a very specific thing. And it comes from not knowing the script. So if I go to a new place, I have anxiety. If I go to talk to someone I've never talked to before, I get anxiety because I don't know the script. I don't know how this person reacts. I don't know what they like. I don't know what they want from me. And when I started looking at it as a reframing of, okay, well, let's think about things that are kind of like TISM related, right? A lot of it kind of like starts to click a little bit in a way of like, incantation. A lot of it kind of starts to click. You don't get the programming. Yeah. And it's like, I do this thing. I don't know if everybody else does this. This is a thing that I do all the time. Let's say you want to go to a new restaurant, right? What I do is I look for pictures of the restaurant to see where the front door is in relation to the table or to the place where you go to talk to the waiter. Not the waiter, the greeter, the person who gets you your table, right? That way I know where to go. I look up if it's like a place that you sit down yourself or if it's a place you have to wait to be seated. I look up if it's a place where you get up to pay or if they come take the check from you, right? That way I kind of know what the thing is, and it's a lot easier for me to go to a place that I've never been to if I go with somebody else, right? Because if I don't know what to do, it freaks me out. In a weird way, in like a very weird way. And I default when I'm talking to people, Shaman Village. Doesn't this kind of look like the Windmill Village? Doesn't it kind of look like the Windmill Village? Do you hear that music? Wait. What is this place? What is this place? Hold on. Because that's the Elden Ring theme. That is the Elden Ring theme. What is this place? Is this an Erd tree? Alright, I'm gonna come back to this in a second. Hold on. This is that spell that Melina uses. Secret incantation of Queen Marika. Only the kindness of gold. Only the kindness of gold. Without order. creates a small illusory Erd tree that continuously restores the HP of nearby allies. Marika bathed the village of her home in gold, knowing full well that there was no one to heal. What? Wait. Is this... So this is Marika's village. This is where Marika is from. Oh. Get out of my picture! What the hell? They just kill themselves? Golden braid. Is that Mikola's braid or is that Marika's braid? What is that? Was it a key item? Talisman? Boost holy damage negation by the utmost. A braid of golden hair cut loose. Queen Marika's offering to the grandmother. Boost holy damage negation by the utmost. Was her prayer, her wish, her confession. There's no one left to answer, and Marika never returned home again. Why would she offer protection from holy? What happened here? What happened here? This makes me feel like Marika became a god out of necessity. Like, what could have happened here? That she... So the tree isn't an offering, it's a symbol. The braid being offered is a curious thing. I don't know. There's something going on here. And I'm missing pieces to what this puzzle is. Because what happened here? The fact that this area is right next to this finger crater, right? Where this falling star beast landed. There must be some sort of connection here. There's something here. So this is definitely Marika's home. Something happened to everyone here. Something big enough to drive Marika to go on her crusade and become a living god. What happened? God. The braid to her as an offering to her grandmother. Something. There's something I'm missing here. There's a piece of this puzzle. I feel like it must have something to do with this finger crater. Something happened. Something happened. The kindness of gold without order. What if Marika didn't always have Radagon? Right? I feel like this is... I feel like I've had this assumption for a while that Marika... in the beginning of the game, right? I remember saying that Marika and Radagon, I don't feel like they're... I didn't feel like their intentions were aligned. I felt like there was a missing piece where it seemed like they were not agreeing on something, right? And now I'm wondering if maybe I was on the right track, because what if Radagon was not a natural part of the situation, right? What if Radagon was added to the equation? Because Marika being here, what if it was just Marika? What if it originally was just Marika? Right? Which is why she had the kindness without order. And Radagon was introduced to bring order to it all, to that. Right? Oh, I don't know. I've got a lot of thoughts. I'm very curious. I don't know. It's like it's nothing new to me, right? I feel like trolls are born because of being in a space where their ridiculous notions are undeterred. It could be that. Like, it could be a lot of things, right? It could be bad parenting. It could be bad childhoods. It could be, you know, the people they grew up with. It could be family, right? And because, you know, it is a thing, you know. Racists raise racists, right? Bigots raise bigots. It's just kind of the way it is, right? Because you pick up... You're going to pick up a good chunk of your belief systems from your family and from, I wonder if that Discord even has mods. I mean, it probably does. I'm sure that, you see, I think it's like, it's probably one of those situations where it's like the exact opposite, right? They probably have mods. They probably have mods who ban people who do the opposite, right? It's like they're there to ensure everybody is as... Do you think people ever reverse hate raid them? Right? Oh, that hurt! God. Evil mods, dark mods. It's the evil mods. Hates hate. Right? And you know. Do I have to like teleport to get the butterflies to respawn? There's no reverse anything. Like, hold on. I think the other one was over here. This will tell me if it respawned. I don't think they respawned. I think I need to maybe teleport. Unless they reverse harem. But yeah. Ooh, I got ringing in my ears. But yeah. It's like there's no point in arguing with them because they're not going to listen, right? There's no point in trying to flip the script on them because it's not going to bother them. Quite simply because nothing they do is rooted in logic or reason, right? Everything they do is rooted in the simple desire to get a rise out of it, right? And, you know, to be fair, right? Not at all to justify what they do, but like, I understand the feeling of wanting to get a rise out of people, because again, I've told you guys about back when I used to, troll scam callers, right? Oh no, we did good. All banned and cool kept, yeah. I've told you guys about how I used to take calls from scammers specifically because I wanted to waste their time, right? So I understand the desire to get a rise out of people, right? Do you think to them every hate raid is a successful hate raid, right? Or do you think they have a metric? Like, do they have like a metric that they're like, okay, well, we successfully said X number of slurs before they banned us. We successfully got them to be X amount of angry, right? Do you think they have a metric? If not, they should draw up Excel sheets. I don't get private trolling. I do feel good after being proven right, though. And that's fair, right? That's valid. Because I think when you're proven right, like, that's vindication. Vindication... Is vindication an actual emotion? I feel like vindication is an emotion, but I'm not sure. I don't think they have the mental capacity for that. Possibly. Right? Because, I mean, again, like, it's very rare that hatred and things like that are based out of rationality, right? It's so rarely based out of, like, any sort of reasoning. So it's like, you don't need facts or logic, but they expect you to prove it with facts and logic, right? They expect that if you're going to defend X from it, right? Whether it's like, you know, they're taking the stance that they think so-and-so people don't deserve rights, right? Or so-and-so people should be, like, ostracized, right? And it's very easy for people to be very empowered to experience hatred right now, right? Because, and you know, I don't talk politics too often. You guys know this, but for every other policy, and I can say this pretty safely, right? For every other policy that Trump has, whatever it is, whether you think he has good politics on economy or whatever your feelings may be, I think everyone can kind of agree that he does embody a lot of hatred. He has a very divisive stance on things of, I think it is an emotion. Not an inside out, though. Yeah. I think vindication is an emotion. I think you can feel vindicated. So that must mean it's an emotion, I think. I don't actually know. But they... How do I put this? It's very easy for people to feel a lot of hatred and, like, misogyny, bigotry, etc. because people are very empowered right now to have those thoughts and feelings, because one of the things that is happening, right? And again, whatever you feel on his policies or whatever you feel on his policies, I'm not gonna, like, I think that for everyone here, regardless of political party and partisan status, right? I think everybody here who's part of the community, you're tiptoeing into territory that is universal. That's fair, right? But I think the thing is, right? A lot of his stances are about, and this goes for generally speaking with the two-party system, is a lot of the stances are about othering, right? It's about them and us. It's very rarely about all of us, right? And you'll find that it's Trump very much has a very othering stance, right? He has a very big stance of them, right? This felt like an average GTA Online lobby mowing down bigots, yeah. Right? And the thing is, and again, because I think that everybody here, regardless of what your political stance is, has at least one thing in common, which is that I think all of us have a belief that everyone deserves respect, right? And that goes for everybody regardless of party, Democrat or Republican, right? Or, you know, non-American. But again, I think whatever everybody's opinions are, I think everybody here at least believes in everybody deserving respect and, like, you know, stuff like that. I have a different stance. I wish to lower myself to hater stance, yes. right? And like, again, oops, I didn't actually reset the zone. Like, I'm very much a person of the stance that I think everyone deserves respect. I think everybody deserves care, right? Yeah, proper conversation discussion is where it's at. Yes, yes. Hey, Joa. Did you finish up over on your end? I'm not here. Are you not finished on your end? Is Jira still streaming? Jira, you missed it. We had a hate raid. We got our hate raid. It was finally my turn. It was my turn for the hate raid. It's funny because I was just talking to Jira about this the other day too. I was like, dude, I do hate certain people, but I'll not discuss in the stream because I've lost too many family members and friends. Okay, that's fair, right? I will say this. I'm gonna say this. I have a very strong stance of acceptance and inclusion, and this is because I am a very marginalized person, right? I belong to multiple marginalized groups, so I have a very specific stance on this matter, right? And I don't expect everyone to agree with me. I just hope that people will at least respect me and listen, right? That's all it really comes down to. I don't need you, like, as long as we agree that people like me can live, then I think we can get through the rest of the stuff eventually, right? But I take up a very marginalized stance on a lot of things because I don't agree, but you are my friend. That's fair. That's fair. But let me put it this way. I've talked about this a couple times, right? And I'm gonna go ahead and talk about it because we got the hate raid, right? So I think it's fair to address, like, you know, who I am behind the avatar, right? I am of Latin descent, right? I am Hispanic. I'm a Hispanic Mexican, right? Mixed. But the Mexican part is the part that a lot of people like to pick out. I'm non-binary, right? I'm non-binary, leaning towards transgendered, but we're still sorting out where we feel on that. But I'm definitely not a cisgendered person, right? And again, I'm bisexual, pansexual, what have you, right? So I'm literally a lot of the things that they hate. I'm a brown... I am a brown lad who does not follow the gender binary, who does not follow the norms of what is approved of in the eyes of the Vatican, right? So I take up a very marginalized space. And so that's where a lot of my stances of inclusion and good faith come from, right? I'm not saying anyone should perish, and that's fine, right? Like, we don't hate Mexicans. See, that's good. I'm not gonna ask who it is that you hate. We're gonna leave that be. And I'm not gonna sit and try to change your opinion, because again, everybody's gonna have their own opinions. What I believe and what other people believe will differ. That's fine. It's fine to an extent, right? It always comes down to it's fine as long as the disagreement can kind of exist, right? As long as disagreement can exist in a way that doesn't cause harm to people. That's usually what it comes down to, right? But yeah, so that's kind of like where a lot of my stance comes from. Being a very heavily marginalized individual shapes a lot of my opinions, right? And so I've always been of the mind. How many have I gotten? I haven't even looked. I've gotten a lot, but like not enough. I want to get to 100, and then I need to get more red flesh mushrooms. I think there was a bunch of red flesh mushrooms near the beginning. But yeah. Latin people are awesome. Never met one I couldn't joke with. Matter of being able to dish out and take the jokes. And that's true, right? It's like... There's definitely... I don't know if you guys are... Oh, God. This is going to be a little pushing it. I never guessed Mexican from you. That blew my mind. Yeah, I'm Mexican. I guess I can talk about this. I think I've mentioned it before. I'm very... I kind of get that response a lot from people because, to put it quite simply, I am very well-spoken, which is not something that people tend to feel they would expect, right? Which, again, whatever your opinions are, right, people tend to feel like I'm very well-spoken, so if you listen to me, a lot of people tend to think I'm very, like, I don't know. I don't know what people think I am. But I'm very well spoken, which somehow throws people off, and my accent doesn't at all give away like my ethnicity. So it's very hard for people to guess anything about me, really. Now the hot sauce makes sense. Yes. Doesn't the hot sauce suddenly make so much sense when you calculate in that I am of Latin descent? But yeah. You're Scottish? Nice. But yeah. I live in a very racially diverse area. So it's like I've met a lot of people. I've seen a lot of people who have immigrated. I've seen a lot of people who have transferred to this area for various reasons in their life, right? That's why I use Taco Bell when sick. Yeah, I gotta get it out of me. Yeah, I too use Taco Bell when I need to purge my insides of an illness. Oh God. But yeah, so anyways. It's gonna give you a cleanse. You need to laugh. Yeah, that's true. But yeah, so I don't advertise it very much because I don't think it matters, right? But I do think it matters when I talk about, like, things like this. Matters like this, I think it matters for me to talk about it because it gives me, not necessarily authority, right? But it helps you understand where I'm coming from. And I think that it's important to see where other people are coming from when they have a topic, right? Because opinions and beliefs are always going to be shaped around things in your life. It's going to be shaped around your experiences, it'll be shaped around your upbringing, right? Nature, nurture, all that stuff, right? And so I think it helps people to know where I come from on those things, right? How many butterflies do I have now? 81. We're getting close to the number I would like. Did I teleport already? I don't remember. I'm going to teleport again just in case. But yeah. And I think it helps people to know that, like, yeah, but there's a reason why I'm very zero tolerance with hate. Right? And there's a reason why I'm very zero tolerance about things like, hate-based jokes, right? Because I think a lot of you agree, there's many jokes in the world that don't require a racial or hate-based punchline that are plenty funny. See, I see the important thing about coexisting. I just feel like it's better to find common ground, and I think that's fair, right? I think that it's important to find common ground. I think that finding the places where things intersect is very important, and understanding it. A lot of the times, a very good stance is understanding that there is a place where we have common ground for a lot of things. There is a place where everybody comes from, and I think it's important to see where people... For me, it's personally very important to see where other people are coming from, and to hope they see where I'm coming from, right? And to meet somewhere in that middle ground of being like, okay, well, I see why you have this feeling and why you feel this way, but let's find a place where we can have mutual respect, right? Oh, damn it. But yeah. It is what it is, right? I just felt it was necessary to kind of like bring that up because, again, we did just get a hate raid, right? And I think it's important to address why I feel the way I feel about it and why it's so hard for me to understand where they come from. Yeah, intent's huge. I love Spike's jokes to give them a name, a nice name, but you gotta keep it funny. Yeah, right? And that's the thing. Because there's definitely a lot of jokes that... Okay. There's definitely a lot of jokes that are, like, funny, right? But a lot of the times, what makes, like... And people typically know when you've gone too far, right? Like, there's a line between a joke that is... How do I put it? If you can tell the joke to the person that the joke is about and they will laugh, then you've got a good joke. If the joke is only funny to people who are not that person, right? Or not the group that you're speaking about, then it's probably not a good joke. More traditional than most in this gen, but in other ways, I feel like a bit of a contradiction. But in other ways, not. I feel like a bit of a contradiction. I mean, that makes sense, right? And the thing is, perspectives are changing a lot in the world. We've got a lot of shifts in, like, the nuclear household, stuff like that, right? Gender roles, etc. There's a lot of changes in things. It's people are gonna find the spot where they feel happiest, and that's where they want to be, right? And I think that I mean, people are always going to disagree about things. There's never going to be a point where we're going to get everybody to agree on one thing, right? At least not anytime now. It'll be much later in the future, right? If there's ever a time where everybody agrees on how things should be, right, then it's going to be somewhere so far down the line that none of us are going to be there for it. Trust me. Not a single one of us is going to make it to the point where everybody's finally agreed on everything. It's not happening. And know who you're dealing with before you turn up the spice. Yes, and that's the thing, right? Is you'll know the type of people that who you can make that joke with, right? Because some people are gonna laugh, some people aren't gonna laugh, and it's important to gauge your audience, right? And here's the thing, right? There is a difference between a joke that you can tell behind closed doors with friends, right? Friends who know you're not serious, friends who know that even if you say that thing, right, that it's not harmful, right? If I am behind closed doors and I make a, like, you know, a spicy joke, a joke with a little bit of pizzazz, to friends who have known me for 10 to 15 years, they're not going to sit there and think that I'm suddenly misogynistic or racist, right? Because they know who I am, they know the things that I embody. But I know their humor and they know my humor, and I know when I can say a joke that I know that they will enjoy and they will get a laugh out of, right? And I will say I have shifted away from like spice type jokes, right? Jokes of that nature, just because like there's so many jokes in the world that you really don't need them, but I can see when some of them are funny, right? Like I feel like it always comes down to intent and making sure that people are not the butt of the joke. You know what I mean? Like, if you're making a joke that is actively harmful to people who don't know, right, then it's not a good joke. But if it's to people who get where you're coming from, people who you also know will see the joke as a joke, then, you know, whatever you do behind closed doors is what you do behind closed doors, right? As long as you come out into the public world and you're respectful to people. That's all I really ask of people. And I'm very literal, hence my dad jokes. And I think that's fine, right? See, and that's what I mean when I say, like, there's so many jokes in the world that don't require you to make somebody else the butt of the joke unless, like, they're okay with it, right? Like, I'm okay with being the butt of the joke for people, right? Because I'm a little it's very easy for me to be the butt of the joke, right? Alcohol is dangerous for me for that reason, though. Always got to go around and apologize after. That's fair. That's fair. Talking Dune spice, cool. Talking Star Wars spice, oh dear. But yeah, so, you know, it is what it is. Ah. Hold on, let me go check something real quick.
Let me.
Don't mind that you hear her. I'm just kind of checking what she's doing.
No. This man.
Making sure she's okay. Because again, so for anybody who doesn't know, right? I wouldn't know I don't drink. That's fair, right? You don't need to drink. I'm gonna be so real. I have an addictive personality in that I will lean into things that help me exist in the world, right? I forgot about the jump scare. I thought there was red mushrooms here. Was there not? Was rata fruit? Was there no red mushrooms here? I need red mushrooms. Wait, can I buy red mushroom flesh? I forgot about it again. So I have an addictive personality in that I will lean into things that, okay, I'm gonna get a little real, guys. I'm gonna get a little real, all right? I hesitate to say I was an alcoholic, but I hesitate to not say I was an alcoholic for the reason that I definitely drank way more than I should. There was a point in my life, right, where in order to help me exist through my life, I was going to a corner store every weekend on the way home from work, and I would buy a bottle of rum. And then that bottle of rum would get me through the week, and then at the next weekend, I would buy a new bottle of rum. And I would drink every single night. And then I would drink throughout the entire weekend. So one bottle a week was that was the week bottle. That was not the bottle I had for home. That was the specifically the bottle that would get me through the nights, and then there was the other bottle that would get me through the weekends. And basically any moment that I spent at home, I was drunk, right? And that time is long gone. I've long since moved past that. Nobody's got to worry. That's not me no more. The person who used to do that is long gone. Now instead, I use my edibles every night. But that's different. That's the help. Okay, and the thing. Okay, all right. Maybe it's not that different because I was gonna say, I drank. The thing that started my drinking was to help me sleep, ironically, and then I would just spend the day drunk. In the future after that, is I would just spend the days drunk, but. It was a big problem, so I now very rare. I only specifically will have alcohol when I'm out with friends. You swap one vice for another, yes. But this one is easier on the body, and I take it only in very specific circumstances. And it does not come with a. Some people get what's called like a weed hangover, right? Where. I get this sometimes with certain edibles where I'll wake up and my brain's a little foggy for like the first, I don't know, hour. But then I'm back to normal through the day, right? Whether or not it's healthy or not is subjective, it still needs more study. It is one of the more studied drugs. And yes, it's true. We don't know for sure, right? We have evidence to believe that it does inhibit brain activity up to a certain way, right? Throughout the day, because you maintain, it doesn't get out of your body immediately. But that's stuff for many years now. Yes, right? And definitely there was a time where I was recreationally using I was smoking and stuff like that recreationally, and I was high all the time. I was going to school high. I was going out to meet people high. I was high all the time, right? And that was when I had a problem, right? This was all around the time that I experienced, for the first time in my life, burnout, right? Huge burnout. I experienced a little bit of burnout in high school, okay? When I was in high school, before my sophomore year, I was a straight A student, 4.0 GPA for what it mattered prior to, prior to high school, right? I was a straight A student. Freshman year, I had a 4.0 GPA. And then I burnt out sophomore year of high school, which is, what, 16? 16? And at that point, I started relying on external factors. That was when I discovered that I could use external factors to keep me sane, right? And again, it was not healthy. I do not recommend this to anybody. I want to be clear, I'm not glorifying this. This was probably the worst time of my life, is during this time of my life, right? He's younger than me and look like an old man. Yeah, drugs do a hell of a thing to the body. Especially hard drugs. And again, everything is about moderation. It all comes down to moderation, right? Nobody's gonna complain about it if you have a drink with your friends every, on the weekend, right? Like Bug said, everything is fine as long as it doesn't take over your life. There are certain things that are never fine, okay? Don't do the hard stuff. Do not. Don't mess around with meth. Don't mess around with heroin. Don't mess around with them. I'm not even joking. They will cause untold problems to you that you will be dealing with for years to come, even if you are able to break free of it quickly. Yeah, he didn't moderate. Yeah, it's a hell of a thing. It's a hell of a thing, right? It's about knowing risks. It's about being careful, and it's about moderation. Because again, alcohol in high doses will kill you. It will, right? Alcohol in moderation will not. Well, not as quickly. As long as you're careful about it, right? It's all about responsible use. It's all about moderation. So, his dad of 3? Damn, that's rough, dude. Sorry for you. Sorry for your loss. It's really a hell of a time, right? Because, like, I've had family and friends who've also gone down that road. These are my friends because they moved on to the hard stuff. Yeah. See, and the thing is, right? There are people who simply, sometimes it's life, sometimes it's like a personality thing, sometimes it's a brain thing. There's a lot of reasons people go to it and end up stuck in it, right? And it's hard, right? It's very easy to slip into it. It really is. There's a reason why they call some things gateway drugs, right? They call them gateway drugs for a very specific reason. It's because they are, you take one step and you go, well, that wasn't that bad. How bad could this thing be, right? That's why it's called a gateway drug, right? Peer pressure too. Yes, that too, right? I'm sad because we used to have more in common than you only want to talk about, talking about really limited things. Yeah. That's the thing, right? So, okay. This all kind of loops back, right? So I'm gonna kind of loop it back because we were talking about this, is that a lot of the times it comes down, for some people, it comes down to life being heavy, right? That's the best way I can think to put it, is life gets very heavy, and doing these things helps alleviate the weight, right? It doesn't really, because the thing is, whatever was weighing on you is still there when you get back, right? That's the thing. So when I was at my worst, right? When I was at my worst, I was taking painkillers, right? I was taking heavy painkillers and smoking weed, right? Smoking the Mary Jane, right? And this is when I was young. Again, I was 16 at the time. I was 16 at the time, on a very, very bad route, right? The flags were all there. I luckily had a really bad experience that pushed me away from weed, and had a very rough situation with some other stuff that kind of pushed me away from all that stuff. But then I came back when I got into college and I burnt out again. I got heavy burnout. I literally was probably the most depressed I'd ever been in my life. This is when I actually was diagnosed with depression and anxiety. Well, I was diagnosed with anxiety at the time. This is when I got my depression diagnosis, right? And this is when I became medicated, like actually medicated, right? I was on antidepressants and anti-anxiety meds. I was on, I can remember what meds I was on. I was on risperidol, which is no longer, I think, in circulation. I think they stopped doing risperidol because there was a side effect of it that they were like, yeah, we're not doing that no more. I think risperidone, I think, is what the actual chemical is called. Risperidol was the pill. Risperidone, I think, was the drug. Same 1626 heavy pothead, quit for 8 years now. Nice. Congrats, dude. We were both young. Yeah, my only vice that I had an addiction to was porn. Sorry, I didn't mean to laugh. I just like realized what I said that I said it out loud. I normally would have just read it and then been like, yeah, but I don't know why I did not stop myself from saying the word. But okay, yes. And you know, again, that there's plenty of addictions. And that is like, at this point, it's pretty, I don't know if I'd say researched. I don't know if they've done proper research on it, but it's accepted as an addiction, because it is, right? It's the dopamine serotonin boost that you get from it, right? The stimulation. So, you know, again, everybody has their vices. I mean, the endorphins are very addicting, exactly. It's casual talking friends. Yes, exactly. But yeah, so it's like, you know, it's very easy for people to fall into this trap of relying on chemical assistance, right? Whether it be alcohol, whether it be drugs, whatever it may be. It's very easy to fall into this trap of doing these things because it helps alleviate that weight, right? So it becomes addicting because it becomes your escape. And it's hard to break out of that. That's why it's like, you know, ideally you don't want to fall into that trap in the first place, but sometimes you end up there, right? So, I don't know. I have a lot of thoughts on it because, again, like, I've done my time in it, right? I got lucky in that I did not get into anything insanely hard, right? I didn't get, like, into crazy hard drugs. But I was doing a lot of things very often, much more often than I should have been. And it was definitely causing harm to me and my health at the time. Whoops. So, I missed the red mushrooms. They're there. But yeah. Vices these days are more psychology based. Yeah. And that's the thing, right? Is, the sciences are always learning, the sciences are always expanding. We have things to work on. Yeah, and that's what it comes down to, right? Is there's more awareness of it now. It's easier to look at something and be like, yeah, you know, the reason, like, okay, so for example, again, I can look at it, right? We dipped our toe in the no-no soup and realized this is bad quickly enough. Yeah, exactly. For me, again, my thing is I got lucky and I had bad experiences, and the bad experiences pushed me away, right? That's probably the thing I can point to and be like, yeah, that saved me from ending up down a much darker route. But, did I get the other mushroom? I did, okay. is because a lot of this is more research now, a lot of it is cause and effect based, right? You can look at it, people look at it and they go, okay, well, what's the root cause, right? If you're drinking a lot, it's easy to be like, okay, well, I'm drinking a lot because it feels good, right? But the thing is, right, as many of us know, you can get through life and have just as much fun without drinking. So what is it that's really drawing you to drinking, right? Good afternoon. Hello, Captain Ahab. Welcome. Is Captain Ahab the one who is chasing after Moby Dick? Is that Captain Ahab? I don't remember. I don't remember my books very well. Yes, thank you. I'm glad somebody remembers. What's I saying? Trying to get my brain back. Indeed. Cool. There be the white whale. I actually never read... I don't think I ever read Moby Dick, now that I think about it. I think that's one of the books that I just did not read as a youth. I definitely know of it. I know things about it because my teacher liked to talk about the book. Actually, you know, I might have been supposed to read it for a summer reading that I never did. This was during my burnout years. But yeah. Sorry. I know we've been sitting here just grabbing mushrooms for the longest time. I'm doing this for a reason. I need them. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. I would just need to get mushrooms. I know this is not the most riveting gameplay you've ever seen. It's been a vibe. Alright, as long as everybody's having fun. I've memorized Bale's moveset and all the attacks. I am to Bale, the Ahab to the white whale. Curse you, Bale! Oh, vile Bale! Oh, terror incarnate! Yes. But yeah. I don't know. I'm always very cautious when I hear people, like, I think I talk about my experiences a lot because I don't want to see people kind of go through the same things I went through, right? It always comes down to, I went through a lot of weird and, like, rough times, and I feel not responsible, right? But I have a firm belief in humanity's, I guess responsibility is the right word. In humanity's responsibility to ensure that we help each other, right? Sharing our experiences, sharing our knowledge to ensure that everybody else lives a life better than they could have, right? And I don't want to say responsibility as in like, oh, you need to do this, right? What I mean is like, when you can, I think you should, right? And so I feel that having experienced those things and been so close to a terrible path of addiction is, I feel like I have a perspective to share on it that some people could benefit from. Not everybody, right? Because again, I didn't end up in the hard stuff, but I think that some people who are, you know, floating around with the softer quote-unquote drugs, right? Alcohol, weed, etc., right? Thinking about experimenting with harder drugs, I feel like it's important to kind of like advise them against it and be like, hey, yeah, you know, I'm like you. I also did a weed. Sorry. I reminded myself of the, Chris, is that a weed? I'm calling the police. 911, what is your emergency? You guys remember that? You guys remember Vine? You guys remember Vine? Before TikTok? Mesmer was your Moby. Yeah, Mesmer definitely was. Mesmer caused me so many problems. A weed? I should read more books, but I have too much textbook content to get through. Yeah. I should listen to my audiobook. I haven't been listening to it as much as I would like to. What other hefty pot do I have? I wanted to make furnace pots. Dang it. I wanted to see if it would help. What other pot do I have? Poison pot? I have 9. I guess I could just look in my inventory and find out. That would be the... Wait, is this one? No, volcano pot. What other pot do I have? Rock pot! Rock pot! Okay, I'm gonna throw these poison pots because I want them out of here. A singular weed. Up. Cool. I've been... sugar's also vice. It is true, yeah. I have been for the last 3 days only doing multiplayer carries using an Egon build. Oh, that's so cool, actually! Wait, that's so cool! We just talked about this. Don't overdo the pot. I'm not. I promise. I just gotta go kill that one furnace. That stinking furnace one. I didn't want to waste these. Actually, maybe I don't need to waste them. I'm gonna do it just in case. I'd have fun going through Charles Dickens' Christmas Carol and following through it in the Jim Carrey version. That's fair. That's fair. It's word for word. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do 8 of these, and I'm gonna try 1 furnace pot because I'm curious how it's gonna work on this thing. Okay, so let's go. Oh shoot, where was it? Where was here? Right? It's there. I think it's actually easier to come in from this side. Okay. I'm probably gonna stream a little long today. I know I have Dave the Diver in the morning, but I think we'll go a little long today. Oh, my controller just disconnected. Come on. Come on. Oh, I have no frames. I think it's the rain. Let me make it daytime and see if maybe the rain will go away. Oh, God. Hold on. Let me check something. That took a long time to load, which concerns me. My GPU is maxed out, and there's no way it's maxed out from Elden Ring specifically. There must be something else eating it up. There's something else consuming processing power. It might be that I have JioStream open. I have to close JioStream. Sag. Okay, maybe that'll fix things. Okay. Oh, I didn't rest. I have to go soon, like half an hour. All good. Morning. Even though it would be total whiplash, I would love to see the book recreated as accurately as possible from the book, as stated or otherwise, using only movie clips. Interesting. That would be interesting, actually. Okay, I want the... My frames being gone is upsetting me. Where are my frames? Why do I have 27 frames? If the frames don't come back soon, we might... I forgot about you, you freak. If the frames don't come back soon, we might swap to something else for a little bit. Maybe I'll swap to Rabbit and Steel, a game that's a little easier on my PC. I feel like we haven't really accomplished anything, though. That's the problem. That's why I want to play a little long, because I feel like the only thing we did was, Okay, I'm going to try the furnace pot real quick. Risky. Ooh, that was a lot of damage. Hup. Nice throw, thank you. Come on. Up. Woo. Okay, just 2 more. Is he gonna jump? He's gonna jump. Hup. Alley-oop. Is he dead? Hey. Okay. Cerulean sapping cracked tear. Nice. Okay, so now that one's dead. What does that tear do? Cerulean sapping. Grants attacks FP. Whoa! That's really cool, actually. How long does this last? Do multiplayer summons give so much runes? Yeah, it's a really good experience. You're slapped literally, metaphorically. Yep. Like Batman. See the summon sign with Ahab in all caps. Feel free to summon me. Nice, nice, nice. The bat sign. The bat signal. Batman. Okay. Okay, so, let's see. We've now done all of this. Oh, we can do here. Let's go to the Cathedral of Manus, right? This is the other place we need to go. As you are. Aren't you playing Power World? Aren't you playing Power World? Why is my GPU exploding? GPU! Well, I'm gonna reboot Elden Ring. It's like really struggling. I'm gonna go to, you know what? I'm just gonna let it black screen. I'm gonna let it black screen. I'm gonna turn on music, but I'm gonna let it black screen. All right, ready? Here we go. Black screen. I'm not here, so she says. Okay. Let me let my GPU wind down a little bit. Oh my god. Why was Elden Ring eating up so much GPU? It was eating 70% of my usage. Might upgrade my GPU soon. Elden Ring, can you please finish closing so I can open you again? Boom, bum, boom, 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 bum, boom, boom, bum. Hold on, sorry, I messed with the group. Sorry, I had to go message Cam and be like, Cam, I got my first hate raid. I forgot to tell them earlier. Bows in Elden Ring are so hard to hit unless they're the golem arrows. They're I guess they are kind of. I think in like there's definitely certain scenarios where the bows are pretty good, and some of them are really rough. And it's just because the enemies are so much faster in this game, right, compared to other games. Which I think is why they give you a couple like heavy homing arrows, like heavily homing arrows and stuff. I feel like that must be why, right? Is it must be because of how much it how much the enemies move to make it more consistent. Okay. I have my frames for now. Let's see if I keep them. And then we're going to figure out what's at the bottom of this thing when we use this place. Right? Okay, I have my frames. We're good. We're good. We're good. Everything's good. Those are good if you aim yourself. So, I mean, the jump shots. Oh. Hi.
I heard another sound, colored by your essence.
Yep, that's me.
Simply exhilarating, I must say.
Yeah.
The stars are dark tonight.
The stars are dark
Rest
tonight.
assured, this is no ill omen. On the contrary, I believe that this portends a magnificent starry cascade.
That sounds ominous.
Take this, my final gift to you. May you join the glimmering
Mods!
stars above.
Toss LaBelle's salad. LaBelle! Map 3rd? Indicates a third and final hollowed ruin, distinct from those shown in the first two maps. May you join the glimmering stars above. That's not threatening at all. Wait. Isn't that like... That definitely shows a fingerprint. So it's definitely this area, and it definitely shows a fingerprint like right here. Is this like a giant fingerprint? That's actually kind of scary now that I think about it. How do you even jump shot with great arrows? I don't know. Does it work properly? I don't... Does it? tossed. Thank you. Perfect. Repeating crossbow is good in PvP to apply pressure. Use it against Donut in a duel. It was pretty good, yeah. It keeps pressure up, especially if you're using like a status build. It could be pretty effective. This is definitely this place, and we already know there's a thing underneath here.
Oh yes, this evening is a sign of a greater night to come.
Ask about the nature of the world. Study sorcery. Oh. Fleeting microcosm. Wait. Oh, wait. He sells new spells now that I've done the things? Fires multiple shattering nails. Fleeting microcosm. Conjures a microcosm that pulses with a single wave, disappearing in a burst. Cosm. I hate that guy. Repeating crossbow did get nerfed? Did they? Damn, that's wild. Conjures an image of a microcosm at foe's feet that pulses with a single wave before disappearing in a burst. Broken discarded are fully willing to cling to fleeting simulacra, earning them some modicum of sympathy. 42 intelligence. I don't have that. I'm just gonna buy everything that I can't buy from somebody else from him.
May you join the... Oh yes.
Grant us eyes.
This evening is a... Do you recall that Marika and the fingers that guided her were unsound from the start? Well, the truth lies deeper still. It is their mother who is damaged and unhinged.
What?
The fingers are but unripe children, victims in their own right. We all need a mother, do we not? A new mother. A true mother who will not give birth to further malady.
What?
May you join the...
Wait, so who is he saying? Okay, so is he saying the mother of the fingers? Because that's not Marika, right? So he's talking about like another one. Huh. They summoned me for Mesmer. Oh no! You're gonna be able to fight Mesmer with the... You're gonna be able to fight Mesmer with the bow? Good luck. I don't know about that one, dude. Good luck. Okay, let me get my, let me get this back. I like having it as an option when I don't have my hands out. Okay. So, I'm guessing he's saying, you know, I have to wait till nighttime. They did, that's fine with me. It makes people roll. Like Elden Stars without needing a ton of faith. That's true. The thing is, right, Elden Stars does not do a lot of damage on its chip damage. It does chip damage, but it doesn't do a lot, right? He was definitely indicating that there was a thing here. I want to check before I go back if maybe there's supposed to be something out here. I'm guessing it's underneath this water, but I'm gonna double check. It's definitely just them. Oh, hey. Did I get this one already? Is this one I got earlier? Oh! I couldn't see him, he scared me. That was a jump scare. I was like, what am I stuck on? I love the mind games you can play in PvP, yeah. Because that's the thing. Oh, I realized I still have the music playing. That's the thing, right? Is Elden Star does not do a lot of damage, but it gets in people's head that they need to be worried about it, right? As long as you don't take the explosion, you're probably fine, right? That chip damage is going to be very minimal, as long as you don't take the big explosion. But it makes people think they need to be worried, and that's really all you need to do, right? It creates pressure in their mind, and the pressure is what gets you the payoff. Okay. Let me sit down to get my healing back, because I feel like this is going to be a boss. And again, the same thing for the repeating crossbow. I feel like it's the implication of it that is worrying, right? It's not so much the damage or anything else it does, it's just like the threat of it. The threat that you get hit with that and you're gonna get status build up. It definitely used to be super strong, right? I do feel like I remember like repeating crossbow originally, like if you took all 3 hits, you were basically guaranteed to get a status activated. Is what it always felt like. Doesn't this kind of look like one of the lamprey? Like the shape of this, right? Does it not kind of look like a lamprey? Why is it always fingers? This one's different. Oh, hey, Knight Anna. Wait, I saw your body. What the hell is that? I hate that. That... I hate that. Oh, I hate that. I need to heal. Don't touch me. God. Hey, Morrow. Good to see you. We dive into that 10%? No! Mesmer creates a lot of pressure. We only just recently beat him on ours. I think it was last Thursday. So, literally our last stream, we beat him. It's the pressure he creates. Mesmer's easy. I did say... Hey! Thank you for the 100 bits. Thank you, Morrow. Appreciate it. Big preach. Most hosts don't really know how to dodge. Yeah, I was saying when I was... you guys remember when we were fighting Mesmer, I was talking about how I feel like he has a very standardized moveset. It's very... what's the word? It's a very steady pace. He doesn't really have any attacks that are like a surprise once you kind of know it. And his moveset's so consistent that it's not like... What the hell? How dare you? Usually doing the sidestep is easier for dodging mesmerizing attacks. Yeah, I was talking about how when we were fighting him on my run last time, I was talking about how... Oh god. I need to heal. Damn it. I was talking about how it's interesting how the easiest way to deal with them, much like any, like you would want to deal with an actual spear, is by can I heal? God. Is to move in close. Like you're much safer by rolling into him and getting close. That's wild, Peter! What the hell? That's actually crazy! What? Why? Sorry, that might be a little personal. You don't have to answer that. You don't have to answer that. Just, that's so wild. Oh, hello.
Ah, who have we here? Count Ymir seemed very pleased, and for that, I express my gratitude. I am Yolan, loyal to Count Ymir. The night is yours now to wield.
What?
Ymir is in our eyes the only star upon the black canvas of the night. Our meeting with the Count taught us of the star-draped sky. We know that we cannot reach out to touch it, but we can peer up at its brilliance and heed its guidance. We will never again lose our way in the night.
I do remember saying that they...
I have spoken. Pay me no mind. Our service.
Our service to Count Ymir? Should I go back here and jump down here again? Because we found Anna's body, right? Do you think it's got something now that I've actually met her? I don't know. She was getting her dad to the hospital from a comfort. That makes sense. That makes sense. We don't have any bad blood. Got it. That's good. I've, for the most part, managed to maintain non-bad blood with my exes in the past. But I definitely have instances with them that we just, you know, we went our separate ways. You think I can push her off the edge? We're so close. We're so close. So close to pushing her off the edge. Don't try trading that much, then. That's kind of hard. I don't really have options to not trade with her. That's the problem. I've never I didn't know before that New Game Plus 7 adjusts stagger values and poise values until I was looking at something else and I realized it. And it makes sense why there's some enemies that I just cannot... I can't, like, actively stagger, even though they have light poise. I just need a heavier weapon. I could try, maybe. Maybe with a heavier weapon, maybe I can keep her staggered. I don't know. Maybe with the katana? The great katana? Or Milady, maybe? I don't know. I like using the hands, though. I would like to get my stuff. I think I can actually push her off the edge. I could. Interesting. Okay. Dragon Hunter, Great Katana, spam Dragon Wound. I don't think I could have spammed Dragon Wound. She would have killed me in the air is the problem. Because her I don't know. Have you played on New Game Plus 7 for the DLC yet? I haven't played it on base game yet. Oh, yeah. Sorry. Hi, guys. How's it going? It was earlier. It wasn't even on Twitch. It was on YouTube. It was actually... I don't know if I'd say funny. But it was wild. I had to go... the last two was... got it. Yeah, Bugs was over there fanning the hammer. Banning... It was so funny. He was so fast. I was actually, I'm not gonna lie, Bugs, I was actually trying to help you, but you were banning them faster than I could get to them. I was actively trying to help you, which is why I was a little quieter. It's because I was actively trying to help. It was just like I could not keep up. You were so quick about getting the bans out. On YouTube, yeah, it was on YouTube. Supposedly there's a Discord. They said I should have taken note of the name of that Discord. Anybody take note of it? Because it's probably worth noting. Because they actively called it a hate racist Discord, right? They actively called it that. I feel like it's worth noting, right? OG geezer. Good memory. Yeah, it was a hate. They said they'd posted it to like some Discord and that we were gonna get raided by some racist streamer. That's what they said. Burger something, yeah. Burger Planet. Yeah, this is a bad sign. The fact that there's a stake of Marika here is a bad sign. The fact that there's a summon statue here is a bad sign. God. There it is. Yeah. But yeah. It was interesting. It was definitely interesting. Don't really know why. Couldn't figure it out. Fingy. Yeah, okay, so we're gonna look, and I get a feeling this is gonna send me somewhere and I'm gonna have to fight. They should have brought a bigger army. Couldn't even muster an army. I think it was like 3 people. Like, Guys, are you seeing what I'm seeing? What the hell am I looking at? What the hell am I looking at, guys? It caused a conversation. We actually did have a long conversation. Fingy, thank you. Yeah, you know what? You're right. Is this a finger centipede? Wait. Okay. So this could be the tubes that make that sound, but doesn't this also kind of look like we're like in something's intestines? Right? I banned about 15 counts, most are BS counts. Yeah, I really think it was like 3 or 4 people. Not really enough to call it a raid, because it was like 3 or 4 people and then their alt accounts. Does the creator of this DLC have a hand fetish? Well, we know Miyazaki has a bit of a foot fetish, but... Glad you and Bugs squished them all, yeah. These are giant straws. But I'm wondering, this does have that feeling of like we're in something's intestines, right? Like a parasite. Which, no. Alright, well, here we go. Meter. Mother of fingers. So is this the finger mother that needed to be replaced? Is this the bad finger mother, or is this the new finger mother that's good? I should be using bleed. Oh! Sorry, I got so scared. What the hell? This is the original finger mother. Thank you. Okay, that's what I was wondering. Interesting. So, wait, actually, hold on. I realize I want to go back. I want to go back. Before I go in here, it's actually a good thing I ended up here, because I wanted to see she's gone. Okay. Before we go back in there, right? I know I have hiccups. I know my souls are over there. I want to go back here. There was no grace here. I want to go back there. This is such a weird mark. Because I want to see... No spoiling. Yes, thank you. I want to see, now that we've beaten Anna, I think her name was, I want to see if she left anything over here at her body. This is an interesting hole. Do you think this is another crater? Do you think something landed here? It doesn't look like a crater. It looks like something collapsed. You have more space in the other hand, Spider. This is true. Me? Spoil this game? Impossible. Yeah, Peter can't spoil anything. Try jump down. I don't know if I want to. Okay. So, I'm gonna go check. You know what this definitely has the vibe of? This has the vibe of, in Dark Souls 3, when you go through to the old Firelink Shrine, where, Champion Gundyr is protecting. That's kind of the vibe I get from this place. Please do not explore Anna's corpse for an interesting hole. I'm not. I'm simply checking if she's got anything interesting on her body that I would like to take with me. Where is the drop? Why do I not remember? Okay, this is the way. Sorry, I got scared. I have actually played Bug Snacks. I have actually played that. That was not a stream game, but I did play it. I was actually very... Okay, you guys can think what you want about Bug Snacks, but I was actually very enthralled with, with that game. I was so enthralled with that game. Oh, man. I don't know what that says about me, but I was enthralled with that game. There's nothing. Nothing! Grr! What does it mean? Gah! Gah! Just punching everything. What does it mean, Anna? Why is your body here? Nothing. Okay. Well. Yes, I'm a snack. What about it? Bug snacks. Oh, God. Okay. Am I allowed to say what it does? What does? What the boss does? It's not a family game. It is surprisingly not a family. Well, I don't know if I'd say it's not a family game. It's one of those things. The body of Anna. Don't tell me. Don't tell me. Don't tell me. Don't tell me. I feel like it's important. I'm wondering if maybe I have to finish this boss first. I'll figure it out eventually. And if I don't figure it out, then one day I'll ask. But the time is not now. Okay. So. But, what was I saying earlier? I don't remember. No out of my head. Our body's right here, right? So we're like directly under this place. We're almost kind of like parallel with ruins, these ruins. Is there anything here? Tackle some very adult discussions. More of a PG rated game. Yeah, I would definitely say it's more of like a it's a game that if you are letting a kid play it, you should be ready to have conversations about certain things. If they are not, you know, acclimated to those things. But it's, I think, a very good way to introduce a lot of topics to kids. I think it's important to have very palatable ways to experience things for kids. You know what I mean? Okay. What's that? Oh, it's a beam forward. Okay. That's not good. I was looking to see if it was the same as the madness. I think positioning for this fight is going to be very important. You know what this reminds me of? Do you guys remember the One Reborn in Elden Ring? It's kind of like very One Reborn plus like Ebrietas. Oh, they're babies! So this is where they come from. This is where they come from. Bloodborne. Yes, yes. Sorry, what did I say? Did I not say Bloodborne? Reminds me of Ebrietas and the One Reborn. The One Reborn was the... It's because it has the two sides that tip up and down, right? This is where the hands come from? Yeah. This appears to be where the hands come from. For better or for worse, this appears to be where the hands come from. Okay, here we go. Ah. I'm very curious, right? So many thoughts and questions. I feel like maybe the bleed Pata will work better. Whoops, that was a mistake on my part. Okay, so that can be up to 3. Oh, whack. Interesting. Okay, I had to make sure. I'm like, I think I'm fine, but... I can heal. I might die. it throws fingers when it does that little like thing. So here's my question. Is this where the two fingers come from though, right? Because the two fingers feel different. But are they only different because the rest of their fingers have been amputated? Or are they different, like a different species, right? This is where the finger creepers come from, definitely. But do the regular 2 fingers and 3 fingers come from the same thing? Or are they like a different species, right? It also kind of reminds me the way the tail is coiled up like that. It reminds me of oh, bleed's gonna be good here. It reminds me of the skin color. And reminds me of the Gonskins. And then the tail, the 2 fingers in the back that are kind of coiled around each other, remind me of the oh god, it's that Godslayer sword. I don't know what it's called. Is it just called the Godslayer blade? The lengths this game goes is staggering. Yeah. So curious. There's definitely a connection, right? Because we've talked about how the symbol for Black Flame, the god slaying spells, is that like fingerprint symbol. Can you see it in this? You can't really see it. It's like a fingerprint symbol, which kind of reminds me of like the armor of night, and also reminds me of this thing's face, right? It's definitely purposeful. Damn it. Gosh dang it. I feel like it's important for me to position properly so I don't end up in certain attacks. Like that one. Not that one, though. How many magic enhancements do you have right now? I have some passive buffs. I could use Golden Vow as a damage and defense buff, but I don't know if it would really give me that much. Because the thing is, what I need is the ability to proc these statuses faster. It's not really a damage thing because my damage is so minimal without the buffs that I'm not really properly gonna get any damage. Not like, you know, other buffs. Use a bright bug. we could use the boiled crab. What kind of damage is that beam? Is it holy? It doesn't look holy. It looks like magic damage, right? I don't summon. I don't do any summons. I'm New Game Plus 7. No summons. No blessing. That's who I am. Magic damage? That makes sense. It does look like magic. It doesn't look like holy. It's the same color as like that. The other. Oh, no, it's slightly different. It's interesting because, like, I feel like this is the only enemy that we've seen use, uh-oh. Woo! I mean, to be fair, Bugs, if we hadn't done level 1, or if we hadn't done New Game Plus 7, and I hadn't been like, man, You know, it'd be crazy. It'd be crazy if I didn't use the buff specifically designed for this DLC. But even if we hadn't... Oh, God. Even if we hadn't done that, I was going to do level 1. Remember? So it was either I get to experience all the new things in the DLC. What is that? What is that? Hold on, did you see? Like, it's the scar tissue in the back? Was that like nails? Fingernails growing out of the scar tissue? Out of like the wound? What was that? You guys saw it, right? But yeah, to be fair, if you hadn't suggested New Game Plus 7, I would have just played it at level 1, which arguably would have been worse. I did not. Here. I'll try to get behind it again. There's like, it doesn't look like fingers. It looks like it's got like nails growing out of like a sore in the back. It might have been fingers, but it definitely... Ouch. I was like, maybe I can get a hit. Okay, back here, in the back. Oh, maybe it is just fingers. It looked like nails. It looked like nails, the angle I looked at. Okay. Oh, I needed to roll forward. Okay. Okay, I gotta remember that timing. The timing is a lot slower than I thought. I'm curious, because the way it has these fingers kind of growing out of it in these areas where it has these sores make me think that it's like a cancer. Does that make sense? It's like it's regenerating but wrong. You know what I mean? Almost like a Hydra, where it looks like it's got like sores. Like it, like, you know, maybe it got injured and then those things sprouted into other fingers. It's a cancer. It is. Yeah, that's what it feels like, right? Doesn't it kind of feel almost like a tumor? Right? And then it's like, because of the way it's healing wrong, it's like they're like cancer cells. It's... Oh, God. Close. Okay. I can heal. I can heal here. Yeah. I need to get my stuff. It's underneath you, bud. Ouch. I was doing really well up until... I messed up. I didn't get my stuff. Well, at least I don't have to worry about it no more. I must say I've watched a couple big Soul streamers on their first playthrough, and yours being on New Game Plus 7 has been very entertaining. Makes it a true challenge and all the more memorable. Yeah, every fight has been a fight. Because the thing is, right, is I'm sure that lots of people experiencing this for the first time who are not like particularly experienced or skilled Souls players, right, are dealing with this and they're struggling kind of like similar to the way I am. But the difference is, and I mean this in the best way possible, right? I don't mean this in a way of like, oh, I'm vastly better or anything like that, but rather what you get to see from this versus watching, right, a person who's never really played Souls is watch the way a fight breaks down when you have all the skills, but what you lack is the ability to make mistakes, right? Woo! Because that's what I lack. I lack the ability to make mistakes because of this. So it's like every fight has to be perfect, or at least near close to it. Which, yeah, you're gonna get that from watching, like, you know, an experienced streamer play through at level 1, right? But I feel like it feels slightly more relatable to people to have me do it, just because of the fact that, like, you know, I'm what is that? Oh, hands! Sorry, I was so confused. I forgot. Oh my god, this is just ROM. And yes, I said ROM, not wrong, for the record, because this is the Bloodborne ROM fight. God, getting. Uh-oh, I might be dead. I lived. The RL1 runs aren't their first run, though. Huge difference. That's true. A lot of people doing level 1 runs. This could be nicknamed also as Manas, the Hand of Fate. What is its name? I didn't actually pay attention. This is the ruin of Manas, not Manus Ellis. Who is it? Manus Mirror? And Manus is very close to manos, right? Spanish for hands, like you said. You're stopping me for the finger. Hey, look, we're in the same fight. Yeah, I definitely would have done RL1 for my first run of this, and specifically it would have been for that challenge of having to be forced to learn this fight, right? Learn these fights to the T immediately, right? Because again, I played through a little bit just to kind of see what it was like on a standard character, right? Base game, not New Game Plus 7, properly leveled, geared up, and it's just like, I don't know, I don't feel like it's a fight. I don't feel... Uh-oh. You're allowed to make way too many mistakes at base game. Dang it. That make it not, rewarding to win? Is that the best way to put it? I don't feel like I accomplished anything at the end of the fights when I tried them on base game, right? Because I went through and I played through a couple of the fights. After we'd done them on stream, I caught up another character to the Dancing Lion, right? And it was like, I don't know, I made so many mistakes and I first tried most of the bosses and it just wasn't fun. Not that it wasn't fun, it's just like, I can imagine being in that scenario and being like, if it was my first time, being like, oh, this is really all it was, right? Playing on New Game Plus 7, I feel like I'm struggling. I feel like I have to experience the boss. I have to learn what the boss does. There's no room to goof around, basically. Dang it. Because, like, if I make a small mistake like that, I'm just dead, right? And because I can't just rush a fight down, I have to actually experience all the mechanics of that boss. I don't have the leeway to sit there and be like, oh, yeah, I can just kind of, like, tank this, whatever. I don't really know what he's doing, and I don't really care what he's doing. But if I just shield up, I'm going to be fine, whatever, right? I don't have that leeway. I instead have to actually look at the boss. I have to say, okay, this is all the moves the boss does. Here's all the moves I know. Here's how I dodge each of these moves. Here's the way to... Here's where you properly should be standing, right? Like... I don't know, it's just a very different experience. And I very much like this experience. Dang it. 2, 3. Oh! 2. I was just too greedy with that. Can't compensate with gears and levels. Yeah, that's really... Do you hear that part of the music? Part of the music's very triumphant and like bright. It's very interesting. Like, how do I put this? When I fight this boss, my instinct is that it reminds me of Bloodborne, and I'm expecting like that deep, dark cathedral music, but this almost sounds... It does sound like church music, right? But it's like a hymn. Does that make sense? As opposed to like... I'm expecting like dark cathedral, and what I'm getting is a hymn. Right? Like, it's very uplifting music. I don't know, it's very interesting. Whew, that was close. Oh dang it, I gotta heal. I gotta wait. Okay, now I can heal. I don't have one-shot protection. I gotta go. Have a good rest of the stream. Sounds good, bugs. Thank you for stopping in, dude. I'm probably gonna wrap up after this boss, because I do think we're gonna beat this boss tonight. I'm gonna wrap up with this boss. Maybe I'll do a little bit of Rabbit and Steel as a treat for me before we wrap up. I wonder. Okay, you know how they're making a new Metroid Prime, right? They're making Metroid Prime 4, right? That's the thing. I'm not remembering wrong, am I? Do you think they're gonna remake all the Metroid Primes, or at least re-release them in like a bundle? Do you think? Unless, did they already do that and I just wasn't paying attention? Because I want to play Metroid Prime, because I actually really like the Metroid series. Whoa, that hurt. Might be dead. I really like the Metroid series. Samus is like one of my favorite, like, Samus is one of my favorite, protagonists. Oh, God. Damn. Whoa! I just bought Remastered. It's really good. Nice. I really like the Metroid series as, like, as a whole, right? Because I really like space stuff. I like space-themed games, space-themed scenarios. I really enjoy like that sort of thing, and Metroid's always been like one of the things I really liked, right? And then Metroid Prime I really like because it gives you a lot of backstory to Samus that we didn't get in the older games, that you wouldn't have gotten unless you read like the comics, or stuff like that, right? Like her background as Chozo and stuff like that. Like you get to see a lot of stuff in the Metroid Prime games that I really like. The only reason I didn't really experience it was I don't remember why. I don't remember what happened with the first game that I didn't properly get to play it, but then I never got the second game. I like played through a little bit of the first game, but not all of it. Which I think is a huge oversight on my part. Music's rising. I got so focused on the music I forgot to look at the attack. But yeah. I don't know if you guys have played what was the recent Metroid game, the side scroller? Dread? Dread was really good. I actually really liked it. I think it was a good way to bring back the side scroller series, but also keep it paced with like what the new modern side scrollers are, right? Because you think of like Bloodstained, Hollow Knight, all those games, right? And when I was thinking about them making another side-scrolling Metroid game, I was kind of unsure of what they were gonna do, right? Because modern side-scrollers are so quick, they're so responsive. You got a lot of new mechanics, right? Side-scrollers aren't what they used to be, right? But then I played Dread and I really liked it. Like I really enjoyed it, like a lot. And I was so hyped about it. It was. Because, again, I love Samus. I love Metroid series. I know, like, a decent bit of... Not a lot of Metroid lore. I cannot say I know nearly as much Metroid lore as I know of, like... I messed up. As other game lore, right? I don't know nearly as much Metroid lore as I know of, like, Elden Ring or Souls games. But I know a good bit, and it's just... I don't know. I really like the Metroid series. I want it to come back strong. I'm really hoping it comes back strong. I want another Dread. I'm hoping Prime is good because I liked the Prime series. Because Prime came out in that time where they were experimenting with 3D for a lot of games. I think there was a 3D Castlevania that also came out that was not very good. Not the one that redid the lore about Dracula, because there is a 3D game. I think it's like Lords of Shadow. That one redid the lore of Dracula. It retconned who he was and his relationship to the Belmonts. But there was an old 3D Metroid game, Castlevania game, that was not very good at all. Dread was a thing for over a decade and it took a while to exist, yeah. And I'm glad it does. It's so good. Big deal. Damn it. I gotta heal again? Uh-oh, that's a problem. I can't do 2 heals. It will kill me. Okay. Damn it. Getting hit by that attack is like the worst. Oh. Whoa, it is the one reborn. Whoa. Is that the Erd Tree symbol? Whoa, was that the Erd Tree symbol? Hold on. There's an old... Oh, God, hold on. I gotta look up the old symbol. Not the Erd Tree. It was... Oh, God, hold on. There's like a handful of symbols that we see around the Erd Tree. There's like the old one. Okay, hold on. Can I... Okay, after this, I have to remember what that looked like because I need to go back to Malekith's Arena and look at something there. It kind of reminded me of one of the symbols that they use for like Erd Tree stuff. It's like I'm gonna want a strong console to put Dread on, and then Samus Returns sealed the deal for Dread to be a greenlit. Nice. Whoa. That's unfortunate. It's gonna die, yep. Ah. Yeah, well, we saw second phase. Second phase wasn't that hard to get to. It does have such a like a cancer tumor energy. God, I can't get over it. I'm like thinking about what this creature means, what all of these things mean. What does it all mean? Ugh. I'm obsessed. Don't got fingered. No. Well, Nintendo works with them again. I really think that the Metroid series is like a very like, even though like it's easy to be like, okay, well, Metroid's one of like Nintendo's big IPs, right? It's one of the IPs that they have that they will never let go of because it's one of their big things, right? They'd be insane to get rid of it. I'm dead. There was no way. If I get caught in that attack, I really should stay away from the side of it, because if it does that attack, I'm just dead. There's no way for me to get out of it. Unless maybe if I used like Bloodhound Step to cover that distance, to get around it, behind it. I don't know. It's so weird. Or maybe that like teleport spell. Bro, host diving the boss's one shot again. It happens. Hosts get greedy. When is that Switch successor going to be shown off? I know. We need a new Switch. Oh god, not again. Did I just die again? Yeah, I just die again. The thing is, right? Like hosts, a lot of the time, hosts don't want to be carried. They want to be carried, but they don't want to be carried, right? They want to feel like they did something. So, a lot of the times, like, unless you're, you know, unless they're summoning, like, a big name they recognize, you know, let me solo her or something, they're probably going to try to do something because they don't want to feel like they're getting carried. But like, you know, if it's summoning like let me solo her, they're gonna let him do what he's gonna do because that's part of the gimmick. Gosh dang it! Did I just die again? Might not have a choice. Never mind. I was gonna remember to dodge into it when it does that attack. Did it burst? It did. Dang it. Apparently Pokemon Presents on the 9th? What? I don't know if you guys have seen, there's some Monster Hunter stuff coming out also recently. They've been advertising some stuff for Monster Hunter, for the Monster Hunter Wilds. Lately. I think, I don't remember what thing is coming up. There's something coming up and they're prepping for it, so they're just like dropping little bits of data. They said this within the fiscal year, but that's way too broad a period. That is huge. So don't get the nerf on Black Flame, the DLC bosses. I mean, it kind of makes sense. It could make sense lore-wise, right? If we don't know, like, if Black Flame is a thing that came from this area, right? Think about it this way. Or here's how I think about it. I haven't tried Black Flame against these bosses, so I honestly don't know. And I haven't tried the Finger Slayer Blade or anything like that. But my thought would be that if we think that this area is the origin of Black Flame, right? If we think of the Shadowlands as the origin of Black Flame, then it makes sense that things might be resistant to it. It's their version of like Holy, right? In the Lands Between, where a lot of the things in the Lands Between are resistant to Holy, because it's like their type of magic, right? So I can kind of see, but I haven't tried it enough to really see what the big nerf is. 2 separate things for Pokemon are dropping on the 9th. Oh, yep. I was like, I'm gonna get hit by the second attack. Oh god, okay. I might be dead. Nope, I took enough to survive. Okay. We have blown 3 heals, which is unfortunate, but we'll be fine. We'll be fine. We'll be fine, I say. This consistently, when it presents, would be on the schedule. Got it. Interesting. I think we're in like a really good spot for games right now, and that might be weird to say, right? Because I feel like we are getting a lot of really like crummy games lately, but I feel like we've also hit almost like whoa, what the hell? I feel like we've also hit an era where we're getting like a lot of good games lately and a lot of good indie games lately. So I kind of feel pretty confident in where we are going, like with gaming. Which might feel like a lot of like unwarranted confidence. Damn it. No, stop. I'm just trying to heal. Dude, I'm gonna freak it. I need to take some damage where I can. Okay. I have to take advantage of the little bit I'm getting because I'm like really goofing it right now. Dang it. I feel like I see a symbol on it. You'd think the Finger Slayer blade would be really good against this. But I'm not going to try it because we're only using DLC weapons. Bleed's definitely working out pretty well. I do feel like Frost could also be useful. But I feel like because of the nature of this creature, Bleed is really good. So... there's a lot of symbology in this creature, I feel like, but I'm very curious about what it all means. Dead. I forgot that it does that. When it does the 2 hands, I think if I dodge to the left... No. I think if I just run to the left, I can then dodge the second attack. Maybe I don't even need to run. I'm just going to sidestep to the left to dodge that. Because it always brings down its left hand first. So if I go left, I should be able to get away from it. They say Sonic 3's trailer is out this month, but I'll believe it when I see it. But D23 starts on the 9th as well. D23. I don't know what that is. There's a lot of stuff. We're in a... like I said, I think we're in... I don't know if I'd say a golden age of gaming, but I do think we're in, like, a gaming upswing right now. Where I think we're seeing a lot of very good games coming out. I did not take my advice. Okay, go. I kind of wish I could top off Disney's E3. Oh, interesting. Oh. I have to seal. One more? There we go. And Birth. Damn it. I really thought I was going to not get hit by that. Oh god, do I get out of this? Okay, so now it has that. Oh god, okay. That's the same thing that the spell would have given me. What is that? Okay. It suddenly becomes a bullet hell. I had to just dodge that. There was no way. What the hell is that? Interesting. Okay, we're inside it. If I can't run this, okay. Move in. Okay. No! God dang it. You see, they formally announced Pac-Man or a Mega Man movie? Dude, I would love for them to bring back Pac-Man. It'd be interesting, because I feel like Pac-Man's so far from, like, public eye. I feel like it's... Like, yeah, I guess the problem is once they make him... Like, a movie really is the one thing they can capitalize for him, because... Well, no, they could bring back the game. They could. Because, like, they've brought back Tetris so many times, and Tetris always kind of, like, does numbers, right? They keep putting out Tetris games periodically, and Tetris kind of always does numbers. It's a little wild how Tetris just always does numbers. God damn it. Please don't. I'm dead. God. Mega Man is already a Disney licensed franchise evidenced by Free Guy. Yeah. I would love for Mega Man to come back. Like, Mega Man... Not Mega Man, sorry, Pac-Man. I don't, this is probably the weirdest game to quote on, like, why I love Pac-Man, but there was a Pac-Man game for, I think, the Super Nintendo, where you literally were playing as Pac-Man going around, like, his neighborhood, solving, like, problems, and you would, like, direct him to places. It was basically a point-and-click game, but they put it out for the Super Nintendo, which is kind of weird, right? Because that's really what it was. It was a point-and-click game on the Super Nintendo. And you would use, like, your slingshot to, like, help him, basically. What? Wild. I'm not the heal. Pac-Man's licensed with Fox? I mean, I guess that makes sense why we haven't seen anything of it. No! I got, like, tipped by the stomach. I really don't want to stop him to, like, kill it, because I feel like we're really close. I'd say we're really close, right? But, because the thing is, I've kind of figured out this first phase. It really is just a matter of not goofing up. And then the second phase seems pretty straightforward so far. Now that I've seen the attacks, there's probably like one or two more attacks that I haven't seen yet. But I figured out the ones that would have been a problem. Which is always important. It's always important to figure out what your problem attacks would be. Heal. Yeah, I had a feeling I'm gonna get hit there. I can heal twice. I cannot. What the hell? I hit a random, like... Got a random little spot. Damn. Okay. Well, that's fine. Okay. Okay. Hit fourth. What the hell was that? I'm glad I healed. Okay, this is the holes. Okay. Is that coming close or far? Close. Oh, hey, I should have dealt with you guys while I could. Damn, I goofed it. Oh. I got too focused on it. I need to take those guys out, the little hands. If it does that attack, I need to take advantage of that time to do those attacks. And then if I use my ranged weapons, I can probably do some damage in that phase while it's flying up in the air. Because if I stay close to the circle, it seems like I'm pretty safe. At least after the first one. After the first one, it seems like I'm pretty safe. Okay. But at least I have an idea. I have an idea. We're hitting second phase at a decent clip now. Damn. There we go. Perfect time to heal. Damn. Might be dead. Damn. I should have waited a little bit before I rolled. If I waited just a little bit, I think I could have iframed one hit and only taken one. That would have survived. Okay, okay. I think I'm getting a little greedy on the heals, maybe. I think that's part of what it is. I'm not waiting for heals. Because the thing is, the openings are fairly large, right? The reason I'm not waiting and healing safely is that the openings are fairly large. I have to ask, how does this creature exist if its gusts are exposed like that? Magic. Well, okay, so we kind of have the implication that these creatures are aliens, right? So they're either alien or they are from, like, you know, theoretically gods, right? But we don't know if they're actually gods or if it's just like, you know, oh, we call it a god because we don't understand it and it has a lot of power that we don't. Damn. But at the very least, it's not a creature that exists normally. Oh, I rolled too early! So at the very least, we can say it doesn't live by our rules, right? It doesn't exist by rules that would apply to us, technically. Right? It's definitely... Right? It's got an open wound, or at least we think it's an open wound. but it might not be. That might not be a wound. That might be a different kind of opening. I mean, considering, you know, it'd be giving birth to other finger creepers out of it. So. And okay. Oh, me and die. Yep. Knew immediately. 1,000,000 wounds! Yeah, getting summoned is a very good experience. And that's, yeah, you gotta remember that when you get summoned, you get like half or like up, like somewhere between a half and a quarter, I think. You don't get all the experience. You get a chunk of it, but not all of it. Because you don't carry the risk of it, right? So they don't make you... You don't get the full thing. But even with that said, like, you fight some bosses, you're gonna get levels worth of experience after a bit. You know, and especially depending on like what new game level you're doing. Damn, glad I can get through that. Damn it. Oh, I got a full heal. I had to full heal, otherwise I would have died. Sometimes I get really unlucky and my heal does not activate when I would like it to. Damn, gotta heal. Okay. Oh! The window. So I do have time to see it. Doesn't that look like a rune? It just occurred to me that looks a lot like a rune. Like, it has this... Like, the broken runes is what it feels like. The shadow runes. What was that spell again? Hold on. Fleeting Microcosm. It has the center, like, little orbule. Sorry, had to yawn. It's midnight for me. But I don't want to stop. I feel like we're so close. We're so close. I can feel it. Like, I know we haven't really gotten very far in the second phase. Like, consistently we're dying in the second phase. But the thing is, I really just have to get past the part where I die. And that sounds like obvious, right? It's like, well, duh. Yeah, of course, Donut. You've got to get past the part where you die in order to not die. That's like rule number 1. But what I mean is that it's not threatening enough. Oh, I saw that happen. The thing is that it's not that it's threatening enough to really be that big a deal. The really bigger issue is that I just can't do damage to it during sections. But I feel pretty confident that with a little bit, if I can get past the part where I die, basically, I'm pretty confident in that second phase. I think it's like literally a matter of if I can get past the part where I die 3 times, I think we'll be able to kill it. We can get to second phase and not die to dumb things, right? And actually start doing damage. I think we'll be able to beat it on the third time that happens. Damn. That was, oh. I was like, that's gonna be dead. Cinco noches con Elden. I've never once Five Nighted at all. I've never played Five Nights at Freddy's, which feels wild considering it seems like so many people have at least like tried it. I don't think I've ever tried it even once. I don't know. I'm not even sure why, right? It's not that it's like... I think it's just I don't like loud noises. Oh god. I don't like loud noises like that. I think that's really what it is. It's like... Because I don't like... Oh god damn it. Jump scare games? Because I don't like loud noises. It's not that they scare me. It's that they just are unpleasant for my body. They're just unpleasant in my body. They aren't spooky. Is Jira still streaming? Hold on, I gotta check. This is actually an important question. She is. She's wild. She's 6 hours in, right? Like, I'm 4 hours in, but she'd been streaming. She's still streaming, and she started streaming 2 hours before me. She's really been doing that a lot with Power World. Which is good. I think it's good to have a game that you can kind of like vibe in and just kind of like play and not really worry. Which I guess is like that's how I feel about Elden Ring. It's not like, my brain is not on when I'm playing Elden Ring. My brain is, my brain is very much in the off position for Elden Ring. Jaren, don't have going hard. Yep, I'm dead. I shouldn't have looked at chat. Okay, maybe here's what I do. If I still haven't killed this thing by 12:30, I am going to take my edible, and I will continue the stream until the point where the edible makes it impossible to continue the stream. Which is probably not a good idea. Probably not the best of ideas. But I might do that to ensure I get to sleep on time. Because I then have to stream Day the Diver tomorrow morning. So I kinda need to get some sleep. Oh, I thought I was gonna get hit that time. I'm dead. I just goofed the jump. I shouldn't have jumped, or I shouldn't have rolled. I either needed to roll early and risk it, or I need to not roll. Oh, we have ads. I'm gonna have a little sip of water. A little sip of waddy. A little sip of waddy. Little sip of water. Ow. I gotta remember after the stream, I gotta remember to cut out that section of the VOD. I think it was an hour and a half to 2 hours in, somewhere in that range. Somewhere in that window, we gotta cut out the VOD, unfortunately. I don't normally edit my VODs. I don't normally cut anything out. I let you guys watch me in all my embarrassing glory. But it's not about my embarrassing glory. It's about other people's embarrassing glory. Yeah. Kind of don't want to have that. It's about not giving them a platform. Okay, so if I'm right there, I can kind of just like walk. I don't need to roll through that. Run. Whew. I decided to just... That is definitely that symbol. What is that? Oh. Ouch. Oh, I'm gonna just heal. Unfortunate. I think it was too close. Running did not work that time. And then when he does that spin, he comes at us. I can kind of just... I think I can Raptors that one. It's... The beam comes out too fast to dodge. I could maybe block it. If it's a magic attack... I don't know, I gotta think about it. I wonder why Anna tried to stop us. If she was working with that dude, why did she try to invade us to keep us from coming in here? That's what doesn't make sense to me. Ouch. Risky heal. Top off king. Cannot get in front of it. Two, one, flip. Two, run, roll, run. Oh, I goofed it. That's okay. I lived though. That's all the balls coming out of the ground. That's the spin attack. It's gonna kind of move and then it's gonna come at us. Fear and danger. I need to move this way to get to safety. Am I gonna reach? No. That's the rolling attack. I messed it up, but it's okay. We're alive still. Okay. Damn. Can I heal? I'm gonna be dead. Yep. I was too close to the bottom of the beam. It didn't touch me for it was basically on me for too long. Okay, but that was better. That was definitely better. Here's what I'm gonna try to do. I'm gonna try to use Frost with the hands. And the reason I'm gonna switch it up, okay? There is a reason I'm switching it up, is that bleed procs really quickly. And that second phase I kinda wanna get through faster. So if I can get through the first phase using Frost instead of Bleed, then possibly I can take advantage of that, take advantage of the Bleed in the second phase, or at least further into the first phase, in order to get the damage out quicker. Oh! Yeah, definitely procs a lot slower. The hands are normally weak to fire. You see that bruising on the knuckle? That's an interesting little touch. I wonder why. I wonder why that knuckle's bruised. Like, it could just be because it just kind of sits there. But I wonder, I don't know, could be more. Could be more about it. I always look at these designs, right? I was just getting food and you're still going to this freak matriarch. Yeah, it's rough. It's rough, honestly. It's not as hard as the other bosses, not by a long shot. It's really just, I don't have a consistent way to deal damage to it yet. So we're kind of just like going with whatever works, but I'm trying to see if maybe using Frost like this will help. Oh my god, we got a stagger. That's good. Punch the finger right in its weird eye. Oh, I don't want to be here like that. Heal. Woo! Woo! Okay, so there we go. Damn. I gotta heal. No, you know what? No. Yeah, I knew it was not a good idea to try. Okay. Okay. I was like, I think I can get... It's gonna do that. Okay. Damn. Whoa, that was scary, actually. Oh my god. Play it carefully. Okay. Okay. I'm like, I kind of need to take this one, actually. That way I can get to a safety spot without for sure dying. Okay, and that's going to come down. Do that again. Ooh, I thought I messed it up. Top off. I know I'm really low on healing, but oh, that hit me. Wild. Damn, that attack hitting me could cost me. That might be the end. Damn, having to get pushed that far out. He's using the same space magic that Askel uses. I'm dead. You need to get far enough away. The fact that there's no safe place inside that makes it kind of rough. Meter. Mother of fingers. We're getting pretty close though. Frost. Maybe I don't need to go for 2 frost procs. Would lore about meter count as spoilers? It depends, right? It depends on if it's something I could have found out by now, right? So if it's something that I need to get somewhere else to figure out, then yes. If it's something that's like here and I just hadn't found it, then no, it's fine. Because I like to speculate about the lore, so it's like... Oh, that was a bad move. Nope, never mind. Worked out. Technically from base game? Okay, go for it, go for it. What? I've never seen it turn around at me like this. Damn, I didn't know it was gonna hit me. Oh, what? Damn, missing these attacks is costing me a lot. Oh, I'm an idiot. I forgot what weapon I was using. Whoa, where'd that shockwave come from? I'm dead. Meter is sent by the greater will on a star, which is similar to how Astral arrived in Live Queen, so they're technically similar in abilities. That's kind of what I figured, right? Because we know that the fingers came from the stars. This much we've kind of figured out by this point, right? We knew that they were a thing that was not from here, right? And we know this based on all the star stuff, right? Do we? Okay. I'm gonna ask a question and answer this very. I'm gonna hope you answer this very carefully. We know of another person. Do we find that person's lore? I think she's referred to as the Pale Mother, the Glow-Eyed Queen, right? Do we learn about the Glow-Eyed Queen here? That is a question. Just a yes or a no. I'm asking because there's stuff I have questions about that are oh damn it, related to this. I'm dead. Wasting healing. Damn. We don't really learn about her in the DLC? Damn. Okay. That's all I really was curious about, because I feel like at this point I've gotten so far that I thought I was going to find some information by now, but I haven't found anything, so I was like, okay, well maybe we're not getting anything. Figured I could safely ask about it. Oh, I thought I was gonna miss it. Damn. Oh, I didn't see what the arm was doing. Damn. There's still so many unsolved things even after the DLC. Yeah. I mean, they've kind of hinted without really saying, right? So they said this was going to be the last DLC, but they said that this is not all the story they have to tell about the game, right? Which implies, possibly, as George R.R. Martin seems to be hinting at, from rumors, that there's going to be the show or movie or whatever it's going to be, something extra, right? Or we're going to get another Elden Ring 2, right? Which is possible, because they've said this is going to be the last DLC for the game, right? Because they want to focus on other things. So I'm hoping we get an Elden Ring 2, but I don't expect them to ever, even if they make a show, right? They're still not going to give us all the answers, even with a show. If we get an Elden Ring show or movie, we're still going to have just as many unanswered questions, because they love their unanswered questions. I don't want to heal yet. If you're wondering why I'm doing this with so little health, it's because I simply don't want to heal yet if I can avoid it. Okay, now is a good time to heal. Damn. It's not what I wanted. This sucks. Still want to know more about Godwin. Yeah, we know a lot about what Godwin did. There's a lot of things we don't have answered about Godwin. I wish we could fight Godwin. It would have been nice to fight Godwin. Would have been interesting, right? Ah. Godwin, champion of the Dragon Wars, right? There's a lot of stuff that we could have learned, could have found out, and I'm not. I don't want to sound like I'm upset about it, right? Because we know from Soft's MO, we all knew that we were gonna get, oops, just as many questions with this DLC as we would get answers, or we were gonna end up with more questions than we came in with. We all knew this, right? Damn, I had to think about how I was gonna dodge that. But even with that said, right? Even with that said, there are certain questions I have about things. Namely, exactly what happened to Godwin. Because, right, I feel like it's generally accepted that people say, like, oh, Ronnie did it. Ronnie had him killed and her killed for a reason. But it's also possible, like, I remember having in the original theory that my initial theory on what happened was that it was like, how do I put it? Like, planned by Marika for a reason, or planned by someone for a reason to stop Ronnie, right? My thoughts are that it's about stopping Ronnie. It was not about killing Godwin, but rather about stopping Ronnie from doing what she was doing. Okay. Now heal. Damn. I know I was gonna get hit immediately too. Birth. Damn. I saw what I was doing too late. Ugh. The thing is, we still can't even be sure, even with this, right? We're still not even 100% sure. Like, I guess with this, we're like 90% sure that this must be related to the two fingers, right? But the two fingers. Wait, I just had a thought.
Invaders.
Hi, Jira. Welcome, Raiders. You perfectly timed getting in here with when the boss was attacking me, so I thought I was hearing a new game sound effect. Hi, Epi. How's it going? Good to see you. Welcome. Now you've met me. Now you've met me and not just in chat. How's it going? Ew, what is that? That is a spoiler. It is a spoiler, yes. Fine, and you? Good. We've been struggling with this for a little bit. Whoops. Okay, so hello, Raiders. Welcome. Hello, hi, how are you? For anybody who doesn't know me, hi, my name is The Hidden Donut, but you can just call me Donut. I like to play Souls games, as well as other various games, but typically Souls related. And currently we're playing Elden Ring's DLC, Shadow of the Erdtree, at NG+7 with no Scadu blessing. We also don't use summons, and we're using weapons specifically from the DLC. So, there you go. Hello and welcome. I will listen and not look. Sounds good. I'm probably, at this point, I'm going to have to give up. I'm just not... I thought we were getting really close, but I feel like we're getting further. I feel like I might be losing my grip on reality. Bond is 100% rigged. It's not rigged. It's not. One, two, jump. Damn, I really didn't think it was gonna hit me. Oh. Okay. Maybe if I dodge to the right when he does that attack, maybe I can... I would like to stagger. Whew. Okay, I was like, I'd like to stagger it before I heal, and I got exactly what I wanted. Okay. We're not at one-shot protection, but that's okay. No! I rolled slightly late. Well, ding-dang-daroo. Ding-dang-daroo. But yeah, this boss has been... Meter without Scadu looks like a pain. It's rough. I mean, this whole DLC has been rough without Scadu. With this difficulty and without Scadu. I do feel like if I had actually taken the blessing, I feel like I'd be pretty solid. How much do we have right now? Here, and for proof, you can see I have no orange stats. Not a single orange stat on the board. Not a single Scadu blessing. 26. What does that get me? Probably like plus 10, maybe? Maybe plus 10? Maybe like plus 8 or 9? I think you'd have already beaten her. It's pretty rough. Ooh, do I make it? Ooh, that was close. Like, the thing is, right? Like, even though we're playing at New Game Plus 7, like, I think having the blessing would have made my life... Uh-oh, I goofed it. I have no stamina. I messed up my roll again. I feel like the extra defense and damage would have helped a lot in a way that's actually like tangible. I did not want to do that, but I survived it, so that's what matters. I'm definitely getting sloppier on my inputs, which is a sign that the exhaustion is kicking in. It is almost 1 a.m., so... Okay, I'm gonna try to trigger Frost one more time, and then we're just gonna switch to Bleed. Okay, there we go. Damn. I just keep getting caught by that attack. I can heal? I thought I was dead. I need a window to top off. That's good. Okay. There's second phase. I did it a little early, but it's okay. Take 1.5 less damage and deal 1.5 more. That is definitely nothing to sneeze at. Spin attack? Okay. As long as I'm not in the section of that where I get hit. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. 1 hit. 1 hit. Top off. Well, not top off. Okay. Oh! Uh-oh. Damn. Am I dead? Damn. I don't think I would have survived it. The section that I was in, maybe I needed to run away. I don't know. That part right there is so rough. Because if I'm too close, I can't Raptors it. And I can't get into the position where I can like dodge through it to get to the free spot. It might be better to just run away if I'm that close. We're getting pretty close though. We're getting pretty close. It would really change everything. It would change a lot. It would change a lot to be dealing a lot more damage. Because like we're talking at least 50, like roughly 50% more damage. Like, and the thing is, 50% more damage is actually not 50% more damage. It's the same reason why the difference between hitting for like 300, the damage you deal with a 300 power versus the damage of a 600 power is so different, right? It's because of the flat resistances. Because most enemies will have like much smaller percentage resistance and a typically higher flat resistance, right? Which, what that ends up meaning for you in terms of damage numbers is that... Oh, I might be dead. Oh, good. Is that, well, obviously, big number do more damage, but big number do more damage is not like linear. It's not a linear increase. It's actually more like exponential in a way. But I am getting this first phase down into a science, though. Not an exact science, but a science nonetheless. Okay, a little risky here, but what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put on the Bless Gem because I want to get one-shot protection right now. Also, I'm not really using... Oh, that might hit me. Shoot. That was close. Okay. I'm just gonna top. Oh, shoot. Ooh. I think I can run this. Okay, we're good. Approaching, which is not good for me. Ooh, I rolled a little weird, but it's okay. Okay. I don't need to take these ones out, but the problem is a safe place to kill them is not available. Damn. Okay, let's try the thing. We're gonna run away. Heal. Now I'm gonna follow this one to get into the safety spot. Okay, and now run this way. Oh, that was dangerous. This is the underneath. Yep. Nope. Run. Oh my god. Oh, that hit me? Unfortunate. I'm gonna top off. I would very much like to kill these little ones, but I also need to be very careful about how I do it. Damn, there was no way. My position was like way out of where I wanted to be. That attack is so dangerous because there's really no way to get away from it. Like if you're too close, you're just gonna get hit. God, rough. Okay, I'm gonna call this the last one, and then I'm just gonna wrap up. We'll have to kill this on Thursday. Because we are definitely getting close, but we're in a situation where I'm making too many small mistakes. Okay, one more, because that was not a try. Chunky milk. Yeah, it's just not worth it at this point. I'm gonna try one more time because I don't really feel like that was a proper good boy try, and then we're gonna wrap up. But then again, I will be streaming in 10 hours from now. I will be streaming again. We'll be playing Dave the Diver. I'm hoping we'll make more progress than a single day. I feel like it takes... We stream for like 3 hours, and I feel like we only get through a single day because I take an hour per dive. I need to stop doing that. Dave's not a whale. Damn. Yep, I know it's gonna hit me. Woo! Damn. Oh! I don't think so. I'm gonna be super real and super honest. I don't think... I'm gonna be very real and honest. I don't think fat jokes are funny. So if I feel like... If it's like I've got a very bland reaction to it, it's just because I've never been... I've never been the type of person to be entertained by fat jokes. Okay, I'm gonna do one more try. I feel like I didn't give that the proper good boy try. I mean, yeah, that's fair, right? But I think the thing is, right? There's a difference between, like, and this goes for a lot of things, right? Because again, I'm gonna go into this. It's one thing to make a joke about yourself, right? Because you're now comfortable with fat jokes, right? And this goes for like anything, right? It's one thing to make a joke about yourself because you can say like what you're comfortable with, right? But it's not really ever a situation where you can properly make a judgment about like just because you're comfortable with something, right, doesn't mean other people have to be comfortable with it or think it's funny. Damn. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. Ooh, a second stagger. I have to get the frost off. There we go. Wow, look at that. Ooh. Do I make it out of this? No. Damn. Oh. Okay, that's gotta be it. Betrayed by a PG streamer. We joke about the girl being a type of yeah, and see, like, that's the thing, right? Everyone, how do I put it? There's always gonna be unequal enforcement of rules. That tends to be how it is. Hello, Kat. Welcome. Perfect timing. As we wrap up, let me go to chatting. Right. Because you made it in time before we could leave. That's perfect. It's kind of amazing how you kind of do this consistently. It's like perfectly timed getting in here before we wrap up. But yeah. Right, you're gonna see it in a lot of places. Sorry, I'm gonna kind of finish talking about the thing. Is you'll see people unequally enforce rules, right? And that doesn't make it okay. Right? That's why I try to keep my stuff pretty consistently enforced, right? You see, like, we don't swear. I don't swear. You don't see any of my friends who come in here swear, and we're pretty consistent about trying to keep people from swearing most of the time, right? A couple swears here and there can be allowed, and I've talked to the mods about it, where it's like, you know, if somebody swears once or twice, you know, just because they're enthusiastic about something, it's probably okay. But if they're consistently swearing, then we warn them and we tell them not to. And then if they keep doing it, then they get timed out. And if they keep doing it, then they get banned. Or maybe they swear especially because we say not to say that thing, right? And then they start to fight back. And then because they've decided that they wanted to upset the vibes, they get to just go. Because I don't have to time you out. I just get, if I feel like you don't belong here, then we can just kick you out. A-hole and female dog, yeah. And the thing is, right, is like, most people who are here don't really say things like that. There's a handful of people, right, who I've allowed to say a swear once or twice, and I kind of like I kind of let it slide periodically, right? Because when it's appropriate, right, then I think that there's a place for it. But when when it's not appropriate, right, it's just like swears for swears' sakes, then I you know, that's just not the place for it. No bully yet again thinks he is schizophrenic because I put another pineapple on his pillow. I don't know what that means, but but okay. How'd you put a pineapple on his pillow? Are you your hater? Did you put a pineapple on your own pillow? When I rage, I'm a bigger hater than Kendrick Lamar. See, I was kind of keeping track of the things. It was pretty wild, honestly. But yeah. It's late. I'm sleepy. Like not even with the assistants in me. I have nobody live. Wild. I streamed to the point that everybody's gone. Did Mitter die? No. It's gonna have to happen on Thursday when I'm refreshed. Thursday morning. So instead, what we're gonna do is we're gonna wrap up soon. And in about 10 hours, I'm gonna be live again with Dave the Diver. And then we'll be chilling. T-Pain streaming. Do you guys know T-Pain's actually kind of a crazy good streamer? Like amazing vibes and kind of like goated at what he does. Did you guys know that? It's so wild. He's pretty goated. I'm not gonna raid T-Pain though. Hey, thank you for hopping in the box. Thank you for subbing. What's the most annoying thing you've needed but couldn't find, and then they show up in the most obvious place? It hasn't happened to me in a long time, but I used to have that happen with my keys and stuff a lot. Where it's just like I now am very careful about. I put everything in a very specific place because then I always go back to that place, right? Had to do it for the 555. Thank you. Appreciate it. We're doing pretty good, honestly, on subs. It's been helping because Jira's videos have been pushing through the algorithm. One of them easily got me like 10 to 20 subs. Jira is the goat when it comes to editing. Like, it's very consistent that the videos she edits have very consistently been getting basically anywhere between 400 to 1K views and a very consistent number of likes. When I found my glasses, I don't know why. That would be a good idea to get see-through glasses. That's terrible. See, I only put my glasses in really two spots, which is either on my bed next to me, because the only time I take them off is when I'm gonna go to sleep, or I put them on my counter, my bedside table, right? Because then I only have two places to check. But I have once taken them off and left them at my desk, and it took me like an hour after I woke up to find them. I simply did not get out of bed for an hour because I was like, I can't see. I don't want to have to walk around my room trying to figure out where my glasses are and step on it. So we just kind of let it go. Remember the toxic person who came, toxic salesman? Yeah, I was actually talking to people about it the other day because, and then Hidden Pancake showed up and referenced it. I was telling them that it made me unreasonably angry, and it wasn't even like, it wasn't that they called me rude or anything like that. Like, that wasn't what bothered me, right? I do think it, like, maybe there's a sense of me that is a little bothered by being called rude because it's kind of ingrained in me, right? To avoid. I'm very placative by nature, right? I'm very what's the word? Appeasing? Is that the word? I have an appeasing nature. But no, it was the fact that they were insulting the sub count. Like, it doesn't bother me because when you say only 500, right? There's plenty of people who haven't gotten to that point who are trying really hard to get there, and that's what bothers me, right? I'm okay with how many subs I have, but I won't stand for like the number of people who are struggling to get past that point, who honestly probably deserve it, but they're just not getting lucky. And that bothered me. I find it interesting though when the editor, me, has more subs than his YouTuber. Act like they were at gunpoint. Yeah. I think it was just, like, honestly, I still refuse to believe that it was a genuine, like, you know, I refuse to believe it was a genuine artist. Just because I feel like a genuine artist who honestly is putting in their work, yeah, I can't deny that they might show up in a chat and be like, hey, I'm looking for work, would you like some work, right? But I don't think they would be that rude about it. And I think once you say no, I think they would take no as an answer and get going, because obviously you're not going to get any work here. Why would you waste time here, right? If you're obviously not going to get any work, why waste your time, right? Why waste your time sitting here and being mean or being rude? It's like, it's not going to help you. You're not getting work by being here and being rude. Like, if you were big enough to be a problem, then I would simply just take all that stuff and I would then be like, hey, just so you guys know, maybe don't work with this person, right? All you're doing is allowing somebody to build a case against you. And no artist is going to do that if they can avoid it, right? VTuber Avatar dropship. I'm getting new glasses soon. I've learned my lesson. To get glasses you can see. Not even invisible, they're just plain. It's not colored plastic, damn. Yeah. Mine are black on the outside, but they have like a teal cyan inside, right? So when you see it from the sides and the angles, it's very bright, but they stand out very much. But again, I'm pretty much blind without my glasses, so I don't take them off if I can avoid it. But yeah, I don't know. I just feel like, I don't know. I have a lot of respect for artists, and when I see an artist I can't respect, like I can respect the hustle, right? I can respect the hustle, but I don't know. It's just not it. I play face to face on my TV because I can't see well from my bed, but I shall never be bald with glasses. When I grow hair back, maybe. That's fair. I've thought about getting contacts, but I don't know. Are you nearsighted? Yeah, I'm nearsighted. Like, without my glasses, let's see. I am about... Where's my tape measure? Hold on, I have a tape measure in here. Tape measure! Where are you, tape measure? There you are. When you've worked in a warehouse, you just keep a tape measure ready at all times. But let's see. I am approximately 22 inches from my monitors, roughly, right? Tessa, VTuber Avatar dropshipper. Oops. Okay, so I'm about 22 inches from my monitors. If I take my glasses off, I definitely can't read chat 100%. If I open up here, let me open up, I have 1440p monitors. If I open up a Word doc, right? Let me open up Word. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to see what font I can see. So okay. Oh shoot, I can't see the okay. I don't know what font this is, but I can almost kind of read without squinting. I can almost kind of read this font. I think I need to go a little bit higher. I don't know what font this is. I don't know how much higher I need to go. Here? Okay. At 36 point font, I can just barely read writing on my screen. Yeah, I can just barely read my monitor if I have my my document at 36 point font, just barely. It's not. It's just an outfit. I don't know. It was a wholesale model. I just like I like that it had customizability, and I saw that it had the hair that was pretty appropriate to what I was looking for. That was really the only thing that I got this model for, to be honest. Because there's not very many options for like male avatars, right? So this one kind of like sat with me and was a pretty good option. Orange cats are so dumb. Goober just flipped. See, I've never been around an orange cat, honestly. I've only ever been around like black cats and those like, I don't know what the color pattern is, but it's like those gray ones. I've only been around like those cats. I've never been around an orange cat. Few days I'll get an orange cat. His name shall be Cheese. Nice. But yeah, I like cats. They don't tend to like me. Dogs are easier for me. Epi, I have an orange cat. It's the only cat I know. Didn't I get that earlier? Something happened. Sorry. I have an orange cat. It's the only cat I know that's fallen from everywhere he climbs. Damn. I prefer dogs. Dogs don't like me. Dogs are very good with me. Cats don't like me. I've always been the way. Some cats, like most cats, just really don't like me. They just won't approach me, right? Jira's cat is the only one. It's the first cat that doesn't kind of like, well, he kind of doesn't like me. But like tolerates me. It's the best way I can put it. There was another cat my friend had. I think that was the only other cat, but that cat was just like chill with everybody. So yeah, cats typically don't like me. I don't know what it is. I think it might be the energy I have. We have a cat that has a tad of orange, but it has a lot of fur types. Just randomly walks in. It's not even our cat. To leave while being polite? Whoa, wild. We had a cat that tried to like come in when I was much younger. It like tried to like make itself at home, but we had German Shepherds and that did not happen. That cat was gone. Yeah, I was much younger at the time, but yeah. It could be that I've always had dogs and so it smells the dogs on me and so the cats don't like me. I really don't know. But yeah. I don't know. Okay, so tomorrow, as I was saying, tomorrow we are going to be playing Dave the Diver. Should be a nice chill morning. I will hopefully be relatively rested. Wednesday, we're going to be doing No Man's Sky. Thursday is going to be more Elden Ring. And then Friday will be a Twitch-only stream where we're going to be playing 7 Days again. With, I believe, Babbles and Jira. And there's possibly 2 other people who might be joining us. I might have to tell them to use push to talk because I feel like all of us in one call might be rowdy. Might be. So, but we'll see. But yeah. So you guys will see. The 7-day streams are really fun, honestly. We do a lot of chatting, but then we also do a lot of like, it's very random because the 7 days extension is very silly. I realized, did I turn off the extension on Twitch today? I don't remember if I did. I think I did. I think I turned it off last time. Oh, I gotta remember, I gotta edit the VOD. Gotta edit the VOD. Oh, we're about to get ads. I guess we'll wait for the ads and then we'll do our thank yous. I should get my list together. I'm gonna start getting ready for roll call as ads run. Doom, 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 doom. Roll call list. Muscle. Are the Twitch only streams swear loud? I mean, I swear. I swear, but it's still like, you know, it's still gonna be it's still a situation of like, you know, swearing where it's appropriate. We're a little looser about it, right? But it's still same energy. No, that's not true. It's definitely a different energy. But it's definitely a different energy. It's hard to say, right? Because it's swears allowed, but it's not. No, if you let loose a slur, you're getting banned on both Twitch and YouTube. Actually, and I'm gonna be so real, Courier. I'm gonna be completely 100% honest. If you imply that you would like to say a slur, actually, I'm sorry, Courier. I told you before that if you imply you would like to say a slur, and I'm gonna make good on my word, that I would ban you. You can appeal it in a month. I'm sorry, dude. But I make good on my words. It sucks. Courier was a very, like, consistent viewer, but I'm gonna be real. I really don't like the continuous implication that you would like to say slurs. It's just not the energy for the stream. It's just not the energy for chat. It really isn't. And so I have to let them know. I have to let the mods know now. Damn. What a way to end it. I'm too kind, not too kind. I'm too lenient sometimes. And so it's hard for me to crack down when I really should. And I feel bad to have to ban Courier. But I also can't just keep saying, hey, if you keep doing this, I'm going to ban you, when I've said it before. And I have to be a man of my word, right? Especially when we just had a hate raid, right? You got to learn to read the room. So, but yeah. Why is my roll call list not updated? Well, let me open it again. Don't save. Why did it not work? You know, he soloed Malakat? Malakat's not bad. Malakat's a fun fight. Oh, there we go. Okay, I got it. I'm trying to make animated GIF and it won't show my shadows. Damn. I admire people who can make GIFs because I cannot. I'm gonna be so real. That's not a skill I have. I've tried. Oh, okay. I made one for the Discord server. If you've seen it, if you're in the Discord server and you've seen that one, the one animated emote, you know. I had to get that one animated myself, and I'm upset that I did it still. Running bow only. He is pretty hard to hit. I want to do more challenge runs, right? Where's the Discord server? Here you go. I got you. Assuming that Streamlabs decides it wants to... Streamlabs bot decides that it wants to actually work for once. Let's see if it works. I'm trusting you, Streamlabs. Don't make me have to do it manually. I will fight you. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, 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 dun. There it is. Look at that. Okay. Hem was here. Support elf was here. And Pancake was here. Fight the bot. One day I'm gonna have to, I feel like. I feel like one day I'm gonna have to fight the bot because it chooses to ignore me so many times that I'm sick of it. Okay. Bum 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 bum. But yeah. And if anybody, I'm just gonna be completely real. If anybody feels like I'm too harsh on, if I was too harsh on Courier with the ban like that, I'm sorry. Again, I don't like having to ban people, but when I set a boundary, it used to be a big problem of me that I would set boundaries and let people walk all over them. But it's been, I've been getting in trouble with friends for the last couple months about not properly enforcing my boundaries on stream. So if they found out I was doing it again, they're gonna get mad at me, so I can't let them get mad at me. Streamer rules in their chat. Chat has to respect them. That's true. Thank you. But yeah. Like, again, I don't like having to ban people. I would much rather people adjust. But also, you know, if that's the way you are, I'm not going to sit here and make you change just to hang out here, right? You just simply can't hang out here. Until you either grow up, either mature a bit and grow up, and learn to respect rules as written, rules as enforced, or until you get whatever it is inside you that makes you want to do those things that are against the rules out of your system, right? And believe me, I know how some of the people. Oh, my model lagging for you guys? It's been lagging a little bit for me. What's my computer's fine. It's just like struggling. There's definitely some people here who I know have gamer words inside them, right? Who are very polite in here, right? I won't say names. They know who they are. They definitely have gamer words inside them, as I like to put it very politely. And they keep them down, right? That's really all I ask. I don't, you know, what you guys what you guys say behind closed doors when you're not in the stream, right, is not my problem until it gets brought to my attention, right? As long as you're polite and respectful here in the stream, it doesn't matter to me in the moment. But you know, if I find out something especially heinous, then you know, it is what it is. Then we have to deal with it then. But I hope I never have to find out anything heinous about any of you. I like you all. I like hanging out with you all. Funny final boss nuke. I'm cooked. I like Malekith's fight. I think Malekith is a pretty interesting fight. I feel like, honestly, the Malekith portion is not very interesting, which is kind of sad for me. And I think it's just because I'm so used to parrying him with the, I think it's just because the parry kind of changes the fight up so much when you use the claw to parry him. I feel like the first fight has a lot of pressure. The first half, and then the second half, I feel like he loses a lot of pressure in a weird way. I don't know. His openings become larger. But again, it's different when you're in when you're bowing. Cooked. Just doing multiplayer. That's fair. The big fingy mother is always hilarious to look at. Janky moves becoming a spinning UFO. That was a wild move. What does it remind me of? There's another enemy that does that. It's the little worms. Those worms that are around the jails. They kind of do that spinning UFO move. Where do those come from? Are they made magically or are they something else? I don't know. I got a lot of questions now. Well, I'll have to figure it out. That's for a future. I'm yapping too much. It's time to go. Finally got the Shadow Super. Nice, congrats. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and do my thank yous. The weird stone worms, yes, exactly. Reload the site. Nice. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and do thank yous. And then we're going to wrap up. What are we on about? Game? We were talking about Elden Ring for a minute. Hi, Kem. Kem, it's late. You should be asleep. Go to bed, bro. No, you. Get out of here. Go to bed. What are you doing awake? Go to sleep. You better not be playing Dress to Impress. Kev, you better not be playing Dress to Impress right now. No, come on. Young. If I find you playing Dress to Impress right now, it's like, you know, I was playing a cake game. Is it also Roblox? Kem, are you playing Roblox right now? Are we gonna have to take away your iPad? Kem's becoming an iPad kid. Stop Elden Ring, go to bed. I'm about to. Make Kem go to bed. Kem's ancient wizard bones can't stay alive this long at night. The wizard bones need rest, just like the donut bones. What would a bone-in donut be? What's a boneless donut? Like, is a jelly-filled donut boneless? Or is a jelly-filled donut bone-in? Want my donut boneless? Boneless? Y'all put bones in yours? Kevin's an iPad kid now that they have found Dress to Impress. You think I have that power? No. It's so true. That's some philosophical question right here. It has gelatin in it. It's technically bone-in. You're right! The bone-in! Y'all put bones in! Okay, guys, stop. You're distracting me. I have to do my thank yous. Okay, roll call time. Roll call time. Okay. We're gonna chill out. Bring the energy down. I realize that it's probably my phone heating up. That's probably making the avatar kind of lag a little bit. Actually, if I boot up... Oh, no. It's fine. When I have the thing up, it's fine. Okay. It must just be something on OBS's end. Okay. Here we go. So, we're gonna chill out and relax and do our roll call thank yous. Kem, you jinxed it. Kemithy, Badminton Kemithy, the streamer. Oh yeah? Oh yeah? You jinxed it. It was gonna be fine. But you had to say it, and that made it hilarious when it happened. I'm taking my edible now. I think I'm gonna raid. There's nobody for me to raid. I guess I could raid J-rolls. What's this? Infliction. Well, it's looking like a scary game. I don't want to raid into a scary game. It's too late at night to raid into scary games. Oh yeah. Ruh-roh. I'm gonna punch this pond. Okay. Alright. No more distractions. Here it comes. Roll call. For reals this time. So thank you to Peter. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you to Courier6 for hanging out. Again, sorry I had to ban you, but I told you before that I did not appreciate you implying you wanted to say slurs. I don't know what else to tell you. We had this conversation before. So I'm sorry. You can come back in a month. And then you get one shot. And then you're gone again. Okay. And thank you to Sinner Soul for hanging out. Big Preach. Thank you to Trinity, of course, as always. Thank you to Cedar, the tree. Thank you to The Hidden Pancake for stopping in. And for attempting to sell your custom custom art. God damn it. I hate him. It's so funny. Thank you to Jira for hanging out. Thank you to Captain Ahab. Thank you to Nicholson Morrow for stopping in and for the bits. Thank you to Epi for stopping in from the raid and hanging out. Big appreciate. I hope you had fun. Now you've seen how I am when I'm not just hanging out on Jira's stream. But I hope you had fun. Thank you to Kem for stopping in. Thank you to Support Elf as well for hanging out. Thank you to Silent Chess for hanging out. And thank you to the cutie Kit Kat for stopping in. Finished streaming 30-ish minutes ago. Put it in show and tell. Nice. Okay, let me go see. Did I miss anything? Thank you for the live stream, as per usual. Yeah, thank you. That's me. Yeah, was a fun stream. See you later. Yeah, and then of course, thank you to the second time to Trinity, as always. And I'm actually gonna do a second thank you to Bugs for the insanely hard work that he did taking care of that hate raid on YouTube. That was wild. Wild West out here. Bugs quick draw McGraw with his dual wielding 6-shooters, taking them out one by one after another. Quick on the draw. I literally was trying to help him ban people, and he was going too fast. So, but yeah. Yeah, for anybody who missed it, we had a hate raid earlier. I have to edit the VOD, so you're going to see the VOD's going to be edited both on Twitch and on YouTube. If I can edit it on Twitch, I don't know how to edit VODs on Twitch to remove sections, but I'll see if I can figure it out. If not, it'll just be a private VOD. One of the best mods, honestly. Yeah, he's really good at what he does. I really appreciate that he's came in here from so long ago and then volunteered to be a mod. Like, honestly goated. But yeah. I got a hate raid? Yeah, I got a hate raid earlier. It was a wild time. Yeah. If you ever see people say anything about what was it called? Burger Planet Discord. What was the other guy's name? OG Geezer? OG Geezer was the person. But yeah, I really think it was just like 3, maybe 4 people with like multiple accounts. I don't know. It did not seem like the views jumped up to like 20 something for a minute, but it did not seem like there was 20 people because the timing of all the messages, right? There wasn't 20 people typing at once. It was like 2 people typing at a time. It honestly could have just been 2 people. 2 people with 10 accounts each. Go NSA on them. Incredibly cringe. It was pretty cringe. But again, Bugs handled it very well, and it made me realize I really don't understand how people can have hatred in their hearts. Because I just don't get it. I get upset when I try to do an evil run in a video game, okay? I get upset when I try to tell the imaginary character on the screen that I'm not gonna help them, alright? Because then I go and I'm like, but if I don't help them, they're gonna die. So I literally cannot comprehend being mean to somebody or like being hateful to somebody intentionally. Guess they're bored. Only makes it more cringe though. That's what I thought. I'm like, it must just be. I even asked them. I think I'm like, do you just do it because it's fun? And they were like, pretty much. I'm like, oh, interesting. There's so many more ways to have fun. This is the one you picked? Okay, whatever. I mean, I'm not gonna. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna judge you on it, but yeah, it was. Anyways, look, I'm rambling. I'm playing Rebel. I keep saving injured raiders, although I have no space for them. See, like I don't know. For me, it's just like, can I get a hoya? God damn it. But yeah, I don't know. I have a lot of thoughts about it. Anyways, it did spark a pretty long, intricate conversation. Here, you guys I'm gonna give you guys the short, simple breakdown of where the conversation went after that raid. Was, wow, I wonder, we talked vaguely about morality, I guess you could say, right? We talked about people's rights to exist. We talked about drug abuse and addiction. That was, we honestly had a pretty wild conversation after that. Interesting. What a tangent. Yeah, we kind of went off the rails. It happens. It's okay. You know how it is. But yeah, anyways, thank you guys for hanging out. It's been a blast. I'm very tired. And I realize the edible is kicking in, so I should go before I am no longer lucid. For anybody who is looking for something to do in about 9.5 hours, I will be live at 11 a.m. PST with some Dave the Diver. So if that interests you and you'd like to just have a nice chill place to hang out, those streams where I'm waking up usually are pretty relaxed. Energy usually stays pretty low. And Dave the Diver is just a chill game to play. So if that sounds like your thing, then I hope to see you guys in the morning when I wake up. Actually, I have to do something in the morning, so I gotta actually make sure I'm up on time. I gotta wake up at like 9:30, which is in about 8 hours, which is a fair amount of sleep. I think I'll be fine. So yeah, hope you have a nice sleep. It's nighttime where you are. Yeah, it's 1:40 a.m. at the moment, so I have to rush. I have to force myself to sleep, knock myself out. But yeah, I hope you all have a wonderful rest of your day and your night. We're not gonna raid. I'm too tired to raid. So I hope you all have a wonderful rest of your day and or evening, depending on your time zone. But with that said, it's time to go. So yeah. Bye. Bye-bye. Bye. Bye. Bye-bye. I pushed the wrong button, guys. Pretend you didn't see that I had Twitch open. Pretend you didn't see my Twitch open while I was looking for somebody to raid. Pretend you didn't see that I had... What did I have open? That's a good question. Twitter. My YouTube studio. The stream. That's really all I had open. I didn't have anything open. Luckily that I'm like looking to see if I had anything that I'd need to wipe the VOD for, but no, I think we're good. Just pretend it didn't happen. It's okay, guys. I look, the buttons are right next to each other. They're literally right next to each other. just don't worry about it. Okay. Good night, guys. Bye.